Chapter 269. The Emperor Ta pulled off the belt around the waist of the person under him. The robe was messy, revealing the bruises underneath. He paused as if he had thought of something. His eyes were dark and hot, as if there were two clusters of fire in the ashes. After a while, the Emperor Ta closed his eyes and sighed. Forget it. He knew that if he did it again, Chu Wanning would be torn apart by him. Today, I'll let you go. In this tranquility, he finally let go of the person in his arms, and did not do anything that was too excessive. But he still lowered his head, his Adam's apple moved, and kissed his lover's eyebrows all the way down. Finally it fell to the neck and he bit it with his white teeth. Then he straightened up and pulled up the man who was pressed against the table. The porridge was cooked, bubbling and bubbling. The Emperor Ta clumsily tidied up Chu Wanning's clothes and coughed softly. His voice was still low but still warm. The porridge is ready. Go get a bowl. Although Chu Wanning was confused by him because he was usually moody and thought it was a dream, he did not think too much about it. Besides, it was more comfortable to have a good meal than to have fun. So he did not say anything more and opened the lid of the beach pot. Get more. You want to stuff yourself to death? The Emperor Ta smiled faintly. You can try. Then he sat down at the table. Although he really wanted to go over and see what Chu Wanning's pot of porridge looked like, he still had to put on the airs of an emperor. Thus, he pretended to sit upright at the table, and even put on a nonchalant expression. However, when the porridge was served, the Emperor Ta could not be indifferent. The porridge was overcooked, and there was too much water. The taste was not good. Even if he did not eat it, he knew that it was a familiar taste that he had not tasted since. Eat. The Emperor Ta stared at the small bowl in front of him for a long time. He stirred the soup with the spoon, but did not put the soup into his mouth. Chu Wanning glanced at him. If you don't eat, it'll get cold. Oh. She scooped up the porridge and brought it to her lips. Then she put it down hesitantly. Chu Wanning finally noticed that something was wrong with him and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," the Emperor Ta smiled, still looking at him with disdain. "It's so lousy I won't drink it. It's too stuffy here. I'm going out for some fresh air." After he finished speaking, he pushed the untouched bowl of porridge away, got up and walked towards the door. When they were about to reach the door, Chu Wanning's voice sounded behind them. "If you don't drink." Chu Wanning's voice was very calm. It was a calmness that had been tempered by him many times. "I'll dump the whole pot." In any case, most of the things that he made for him were ruined. It had been like this since the first time he hit the handwriting on the ground. The Emperor Ta suddenly turned around. "Don't touch it. I mean..." He coughed to cover up his loss of composure. "Put it first." "Put it for what?" "It's none of your business." He opened the door curtain and went out. Under the eaves, he closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He was actually a corpse. No matter how much he looked like a living person, he was still a living person after all. Unlike a living person, he could no longer eat. Years ago, he committed suicide in the Witch Mountain Palace and was made into a living dead by the Holy Hand. The Holy Hand came to this world through the time and space crack, and he was left in the broken old world to do things according to orders. Like this, it had been nearly 10 years. In the 10 years of being a walking dead, he did not eat anything. But he was not a glutton, so he never felt any regret because of this. Until today, when he sat in front of that bowl of egg drop and lean meat porridge, which was different in color, aroma, and taste, he suddenly felt lost. Why was he not a living person anymore? He had waited for so many years, and finally, in these few days, he had obtained a Chu Wanning that completely belonged to him. But he couldn't even drink a bowl of porridge made by that person. What did Chu Wanning's porridge taste like? He stood under the roof and recalled with his eyes closed. After a long time, he suddenly raised his arm and covered his eyelashes. No one could see what kind of expression he had at this time. He could only see his pale lips and his thin chin. Then he put down his arm and opened his eyes. The corners of his eyes were slightly red. His memory was not good and he was not very smart. If the tip of his tongue could still taste a little sour, sweet, bitter, and salty, he might be able to recall. But his bones and blood were cold, and his lips and teeth were tasteless. So even if the bowl of porridge was in front of him, he could not remember what it tasted like. He would never know. Late at night, he went to find Shirmei. Beside the cold pool in front of the sacrificial temple, the handsome man was barefooted. His toes touched the cold spring water and stirred up the starry water. Seeing that he had come, Shiremo raised his eyebrows slightly as if he knew why he had come. His expression was cold as he said, "Such a beautiful scene. I didn't expect that the emperor would have the mood to come and find me instead of accompanying Grandmaster Chu in the secret chamber." The Emperor Ta did not want to beat around the bush, so he asked directly, "Do you have a way to temporarily make me the same as I was when I was alive?" Shirmei glanced back and forth at him. "Although you are a living dead, you should not be affected in bed." "I'm not talking about this." "Oh? Then what are you talking about?" "Eating." The Emperor Ta said coldly, "I want to eat." Shirmei's eyes were gloomy, and he asked thoughtfully, "Do you want to eat that bowl of dragon handkerchief?" "No one in the world can make a good handkerchief except for my senior brother." Shirmei smiled. "It's rare that you can think of him today." The celestial treading monarch's memory of Shirmei was messy and unstable. Sometimes he could recall and sometimes he couldn't. But generally speaking, he had no impression of Shirmei most of the time. So when he heard the celestial treading monarch mention senior brother today, Shirmei couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. He asked, "Hey, you are hanging out with Chu Wanning on Jiao Mountain all day. Why don't you think of your senior brother Mingjing?" This was the so-called saying that people did not know each other. After a while, the Emperor Ta said, "You said that my body is too full of yin qi. Before I get a new spiritual nucleus and completely reborn, I should not see my senior brother. He is of the water attribute, so I will hurt him." Shirmei was not embarrassed to lie at all. "That's true. So why are you asking about dragon handkerchief?" The Emperor Ta looked at him coldly. "That's a sore spot." Shirmei smiled, "I'm just curious. In this world, other than dragon handkerchief, what kind of food can make the Emperor Ta so obsessed?" "What, you don't want to say it? Then let me guess, it was Grandmaster Chu who cooked for you, right?" Seeing the celestial trampling emperor's expression change slightly, Shiremo smiled and said, "I heard that Grandmaster Chu, who is at the pinnacle of life and death, is a master at cooking. You are really interesting to be able to swallow this." The Emperor Ta's face became darker. "Just tell me if there is a way. Don't be so long-winded." "There is definitely a way, and I have already told you." The Emperor Ta frowned. "What is it?" "The old way." Shirmei said softly, "Get Grandmaster Mo's spiritual nucleus as soon as possible and give it to you. Then, you will be exactly the same as when you were alive." A tangerine flower floated over with the water. Shirmei moved his toes and caught the fragrant flower between his toes. Although the flower was white, it was not as delicate as Shirmei's skin. Shirmei smiled and looked at the flower that was trapped by his feet and could not continue to float. He said, "Let's work together. The earlier we get the spirit core, the earlier I can obtain your complete power. As for you, the earlier you can eat what you want to eat." After a pause, he raised his soft eyelashes. "I can see the person I miss day and night. So, please cooperate with me, Your Majesty. Previously, you wanted me to go to the Lonely Moon Night to kill people, and then you wanted me to summon the Jinlong army to attack the peak of life and death. I did all these. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Just tell me all at once." Shirmei clapped his hands and smiled. "Good, that's great. Actually, there are not many things that I need you to do next. There is only one thing left. Go ahead. Come with me to the Tianyin Pavilion. Our game of chess has come to an end. It's time to close the net." When he said this, the Emperor Ta noticed a golden feathered pigeon perched behind Shirmei. It was the spiritual bird that the Tianyin Pavilion used to send messages. "The Tianyin Pavilion sent you news?" "Yes." Shirmei stretched out two long fingers and held a thin piece of paper. "It's all good news. Everything is going according to our plan. It's not good to be a good person. Grandmaster Mo gave up his spiritual nucleus to protect the peace of the cultivation world, but no one helped him to atone for his crimes." He smiled and twisted his fingers. With a spell, he folded the letter into a paper butterfly and threw it to the Emperor Ta. "See for yourself. There's no need." The Emperor Ta took the paper butterfly but didn't open it. He looked at Shirmei with his black eyes. "Just tell me, when do we do it?" "The trial will be in 3 days. The execution will be in 3 days. 6 days. Shirmi stroked the wings of the golden-tailed carrier pigeon with a gentle expression. Suddenly, a brightly colored triangular snake darted out of his sleeve and bit the pigeon's neck in a flash. It then swallowed the soft bird into its stomach in an instant. All of this happened in a flash. Shirmei's expression didn't change, as if he was used to it. He smiled and brushed away a broken feather. He raised his head and said, "That's right, so we'll stay in the Jiao Mountain for 3 more days. Then we'll go to the Tianyin Pavilion and wait." The feather fell into the pond and rippled gently, shattering the reflections of the 2 men on the shore. His spiritual nucleus will give you invincible power. In this way you'll have everything you want. After this conversation, the Emperor Ta returned to the secret room on the Jiao Mountain with a heavy heart. Chu Wanning didn't seem to be in good spirits. He seemed to be reading a book, but now he was sleeping on the table. His white sleeves fluttered like the falling snow. "The first time I can still die. But if you leave me a second time, I can't even choose death." The Emperor Ta frowned. His eyes were gloomy and crazy, sad and paranoid. "I can't stand it." Chapter 270. 3 days passed quickly. On the 3rd day at dawn, Shirmei came to the secret room. The treading celestial monarch was already fully equipped. He was still wearing his black battle armor. His waist was thin, and there was a hidden weapon box that shone with a silver light. His legs were long and his shoulders were wide. He wore dragon-scale leather gloves on his hands, and the 1000 possibility box was tied to his wrist. He raised his eyes and said coldly, "You're here. Get ready. We're going to the heavenly sound parlor. No need to prepare. Let's go." Shirmei looked at him and asked, "What about Chu Wanning? I fed him medicine and he's asleep." Shirmei nodded. But just in case, he entered the secret room with the Emperor Ta again. After checking his pulse, Shirmei said, "His energy will be fully recovered in a few days. We have to be careful." The Emperor Ta was not afraid of Chu Wanning's battle strength. He asked, "What about his memory?" Shirmei glanced at him and said, "Same." Ignoring the displeasure on the Emperor Ta's face, Shirmei got up and set up a sleeping incense formation in the secret room to ensure that Chu Wanning would not wake up suddenly and ruin his plan. Finally, when he was about to leave, he cast a high-level forbidden spell on the door. The Emperor Ta frowned and said, "Why did you put this spell? There is no one else in this mountain. Nangong Lu is just a little brat. No one can go in and save him." Shirmei's expression did not change. He said lightly, "It's hard to guard against a thief in the family." "Who?" "You don't know." Shirmei sighed, "It's someone close to me. Let's not talk about it. Let's go." The 2 left. In the cold stone room there was only Chu Wanning left. He was still in a coma. The memories of the 2 lives were recovering. However, even Shirmei didn't realize that the reason why Chu Wanning hadn't fully recovered his memories and consciousness after such a long time wasn't only because of his poor physical condition. There was another important reason. What he wanted to recall was not only his own memories. Perhaps it was because the other half of the Earth Soul had stayed in Mo Rant's body for a long time, entangling with Mo Rant's soul all day long. When the Earth Soul returned, it actually brought back some memories from the depths of Mo Rant's soul. At this very moment, these memories were the final images that surged into his mind. He was dreaming, and what he dreamt of were fragments of the past. He first dreamt of a mass grave. A child with unkempt hair and a dirty face was crying on top of a rotting female corpse. His eyes were blurred with tears. Ma, is anyone here? Is there anyone? Bury me too. Bury me together with my mother." Then he dreamt of Xiang Tanzuoyu building. Mo Ran was beaten black and blue all over. He was curled up in a dog cage. In the warm room there were golden beasts. The child was locked in the cage. He didn't have anything to eat or drink. He couldn't even turn around. A child of the same age as him grinned and laughed at him. "Why don't you take a look at yourself? You want to be a hero? I think you're just a joke. Bah, you'll be a joke for the rest of your life." He spat at him. Little Mo Ran closed his eyes. Chu Wanning's eyelashes were also trembling. Mo Ran then, he dreamt that the blazing tongues of fire were like hanging ghosts wandering around the building, twisting and dancing eerily. There were cries everywhere. Burning pillars collapsed. Some people were screaming. Thick smoke billowed. The young man, Mo Ran, sat in the midst of the flames. His face was extremely cold and his eyes were calm. He lowered his head and placed a blood-stained knife on his knee. He held a bunch of grapes in his hand and was slowly peeling off the purple skin. It's all over, Ma. Mo Ran seemed very peaceful. But I won't be able to see you. I killed someone. My hands are covered in blood. Ma, I'll go to hell after I die. I won't be able to see you again. Mo Ran. Mo Ran. Suddenly there was a light in front of him. It was a woman's gentle face. The ends of her eyes were slightly raised. Who was it? Chu Wanning felt that the woman's eyebrows were somewhat similar to his. When she lowered her head and worked seriously, it was especially clear. She was carefully sewing the rough clothes in her hands. Ma. There was a child's voice as soft as a mosquito's. The woman heard the voice and looked up. She smiled at him. Why are you awake? I had a nightmare. I'm so hungry. The woman put down her clothes and opened her arms. She smiled gently and said, Nightmare again? All right, don't be afraid. Ran-air, come to Ma's arms. Ran-air. Mo Ran. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. He didn't know what kind of bitter taste he had in his heart. It was too bitter. Just by looking at it, he felt that these days were dry and wrinkled. Every day and night was so unbearable. Ma. This was the first time he saw the appearance of Mo Ran's mother. He suddenly understood why little Mo Ran would instinctively grab his robe outside Wubei Temple, believe in him, and beg him. He also suddenly understood why the youth in front of the Tower of Babel walked towards him and persistently begged him to take him as a disciple. The youth smiled brightly and said, Because you look the most beautiful and gentle. At that time, everyone laughed behind his back at Mo Ran for being blind and mocked Mo Ran for being a flatterer. Actually, it wasn't. He wasn't blind, nor was he a flatterer. He just couldn't tell the truth, nor could he cry. He couldn't pull Chu Wanning and say, Immortal, when you lower your head, you actually look like the person who used to treat me the best in this world. She's no longer here. Can you pay attention to me? Can you replace her and look at me one more time? I miss her so much. Mo Ran couldn't say anything. He could only endure the great bitterness in his heart and endure the tears that welled up. Endure Chu Wanning's indifference and neglect. Chase behind and pretend to be calm and laugh, deceiving everyone. No one had to know his past. No one could share his pain. He could only smile brightly. Under the Tower of Babel, that smile was too warm, too eager, and hid endless thoughts. Just like that, it burned Chu Wanning. Mo Ran opened his eyes. He was no longer at the peak of life and death. He was in an extremely narrow prison cell. The walls here were gray, and the only light came from a small opening under the black iron door that delivered food. The top of the cell was engraved with the emblem of a weight. He knew that he was already in prison. This was the world's most just and fair trial temple, the first court in the cultivation world that was independent of the 10 great sects. Heavenly music parlor. He was lying inside, his throat burning and his lips chapped. The surroundings were very quiet. It was so quiet that he could hear the empty sound of the wind in his ears and hear the ravings of the spirits. It took a long time for him to gather his scattered consciousness. He actually felt that this day should have come in his previous life, but fate was kind to him. It let him lead an ignoble life for 2 lives, and only in this life did he clear his sins. Mo Ran, it's time to eat. He didn't know how long he had been lying there. Here time was a blur. He heard someone come over and push food to him from the hole. There was a piece of oil cake in a bowl of soup. He didn't get up to receive it. The attendant of the heavenly music parlor didn't speak to him again. He walked away quickly. How was Chu Wanning? How was the peak of life and death? Where did the destroyed chess pieces go in the end? He was in a daze, thinking about these 3 questions tiredly. He thought for a long time before he was willing to accept his fate. He knew that no one would tell him the answer. He was now a prisoner. He sat up. His chest hurt and he didn't have any strength in his body. The spiritual current that used to be turbulent had disappeared. He leaned against the wall in a daze for a while. It turned out that this was the feeling after the spiritual core was broken. He couldn't summon the divine martial skill, nor could he use magic. It was like the Kuan that rode the wind and waves had lost its tail, or the pung that rode the clouds had lost its wings. He curled up in the corner, staring blankly ahead with his black eyes. Mo Ran suddenly felt very sad, but it wasn't because of himself. He thought of Chu Wanning in his previous life. He finally understood Chu Wanning's helplessness and pain. He really wanted to apologize to Chu Wanning at that time, but it was too late. He couldn't turn back anymore. He was trapped in the room, and the cake and the bowl of soup went from hot to cold, and then from cold to cold. Later he started to eat. After eating this little bit of food, no one came to this prison cell again. He was once again the Mo Ran who was locked up in a dog cage as a child. However, the treatment in this room was much better than that of a dog cage. He could actually lie down comfortably in this room. He just lay in the darkness, waking and sleeping. But waking and sleeping weren't that important. In this room he seemed to be dead. Mo Ran groggily thought to himself, perhaps he is already dead? Maybe this life was a good dream that he had while lying in the coffin under the Tower of Babel, and his soul hadn't dispersed yet. He flashed the 32 years of his life in front of him like a horse race show, colorful, happy, angry, sad, and happy. In the end, they all became bones in the grave. He curled up the corners of his mouth slightly, forming a smile. He felt that if this was the truth, then it couldn't be better. He was very tired. He had walked for too long and struggled for too long. Whether it was hell or the human world, he didn't care. He just wanted to rest. He was very old in his heart. In fact, he had already completely collapsed and aged from the moment Chu Wanning died. All these years he had been doing good, trying to make up for it. He had been looking for a medicine that could cure this aging. But he couldn't find it. He had fought for so long, unyielding and shameless for so long. Now he was tired of fighting and begging. In this life he had lost his mother, his master, his best friend, his lover, the relatives he had stolen, and his illusionary reputation. Now, he had even lost his spiritual nucleus. But he was still brought to the pavilion of heavenly sound, and still couldn't escape the most severe reprimand in the cultivation world. He finally gave up. He knew that he would never be forgiven. Mo Wayu was an ugly and deformed ruined mountain. The vast winter snow covered his scars. But the snow melted. Whether it was his darkness or his terror, there was nowhere to hide. He couldn't be Grandmaster Mo. From the moment he was stained with the blood of the first innocent person, he was destined to only be the Emperor Ta. He burned the zither and cooked the crane. He ground his teeth and drank blood. He looked ferocious. He was worse than a beast. He deserved to die. When he died, the world cheered. He didn't know how many days had passed since he was trapped in the forbidden room. The door opened. The disciples of the pavilion of heavenly sound walked in. Without a word, they tied him up with the immortal binding rope. Then they pulled him up from both sides and dragged him outside. They brought him through a long and dark tunnel. Mo Ran opened his mouth in a hoarse and groggy voice. He spoke for the first time in days. How are they? No one paid him any attention. He was led to the end of the corridor. The sky was bright. Mo Ran was like an evil dragon that had been curled up in the dark for too long. He was blind and uneasy in such a bright light. He couldn't get used to the sudden light. He wanted to cover his eyes, but his hands were tied behind his back. He could only lower his head. Tears seeped out of his thick black eyelashes. His eyes and ears were muddled. He didn't know where he was. Only his sense of smell was clear. He smelled the wind, the sea of people, the flowers and trees. He was pushed, so he walked forward hesitantly. Slowly, his ears adjusted to the noise. He heard many people talking. The gathering of whispers was like a tidal wave. The tide could wash away the filth, but the tide could also drown people. Mo Ran felt that he couldn't breathe. He was very weak. This moment he was extremely weak. Kneel down. His captors were pushing him. He knelt down. The sun shone brightly in the sky, shining on his haggard face. He didn't expect it to be such a sunny day outside. It's that Grandmaster Mo. I didn't expect to see him being tried in public in the heavenly music parlor. Sigh, you can't judge a book by its cover. Mo Ran's ears were buzzing. He could gradually see something, but it was still not clear. He could only use the shadow of his eyelashes to close his eyes slightly and look at everything in front of him. It was the public trial stage of the heavenly music parlor in his memory. When he was young, he had watched the trial with Xue Zhengyong and Xue Meng. But he had changed from a spectator to a person being tried under the eyes of the public. The crowd below the stage was like a school of fish. They were ordinary people who came to the heavenly music parlor to watch the trial. He couldn't see anyone's face clearly. He also couldn't see what kind of expression they had. He only felt that the whispering heads were gathered together like waves of wheat. Then he looked up again. There were high platforms on the four walls. On the platforms sat guests from various sections. The green one was Aqua Pool Manor, the red one was Fire Phoenix Pavilion, and the yellow one was Wubei Temple. Then his heart suddenly tightened. It was strange that he could still feel pain. He saw the familiar silver-blue one. It was the quietest and most crowded sect on the entire platform, the peak of life and death. He blinked. Ignoring the piercing pain in his eyes, he tried to look in that direction. But he couldn't see. He couldn't see where Xue Zhengyong was. He couldn't see who was Xue Meng, who was Elder Tanlang, and who was Xuanji. He couldn't find Madame Wang. In the end, on the trial stage, he still couldn't see the people he cared about the most. The peak of life and death, Mo Ran, the illegitimate son of Nangong Yen, the city lord of the ninth city of the Confucian Wind sect. On the high platform, Mu Yanli stated clearly using the sound amplification technique. Her voice resounded through the air. Therefore, he should be tried strictly. He can't be wrongly judged. Mo Ran didn't listen to her. For a person who had been confined for a long time, such a clear and sharp voice was too harsh to the ears. Mu Yanli spoke at a moderate pace for about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea. What drifted into Mo Ran's ears were bits and pieces of phrases such as "a life for a life," harboring evil intentions, and cultivating a forbidden technique. In the end, he heard her say, "It's the duty of the Heavenly Music Pavilion to eliminate serious criminals and do justice." After Mu Yanli finished speaking, a disciple of the Heavenly Music Pavilion walked over. That disciple came in front of Mo Ran. Against the dazzling sunlight he cast a pitch-black shadow. "Open your mouth." Seeing that Mo Ran didn't respond, that person made a tisk sound. He roughly pinched his chin and poured a pot of bitter and salty medicine into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Ran couldn't stop coughing. He hadn't eaten for many days. When his stomach suddenly came into contact with such a strong liquid, it stimulated him so much that he almost vomited. That person pinched his throat and didn't let him move, forcing him to swallow the entire pot of medicine. The ice-cold liquid slid into his stomach like a snake, overturning rivers and seas, as if it was going to tear his internal organs apart. Mo Ran's face was ashen. He wanted to vomit, he really wanted to vomit. But he didn't admit defeat or beg for mercy. He didn't even want tears to fall from the corners of his eyes. Half of his life, he had lived too many lowly days. But this didn't mean that he didn't have dignity. After the medicine was finished, that person let go of him. He panted heavily. His wings were drooping, and his fatigue was obvious. But he still had the ferocity of a lone eagle on the verge of death. The person from the Heavenly Music Pavilion explained to the onlookers from all over the country as usual. "This is the water of grievance." Mo Ran's lips and teeth were pale, but he lowered his eyes and smiled. The water of grievance. The water of grievance, how could he not know? This kind of medicine was definitely not to be drunk by those who were innocent. Only those who were sentenced by the Heavenly Music Pavilion would be forced to drink this kind of medicine. Then they would become dizzy and recount all the crimes they had committed in their lives. After the Heavenly Music Pavilion disciple finished his explanation, he walked over and tapped Mo Ran's lips lightly. He used the sound amplification technique so that everyone could hear what he said. Mo Ran closed his eyes and frowned. He felt as if there was a knife twisting in his stomach. He was enduring. Because it was too difficult, his whole body was trembling, and the shackles made clinking sounds. His face was pale, and the whites of his eyes were slowly rolling up. He crawled on the torture platform, spasming. He was still conscious, but his consciousness was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. He exhausted all his willpower to fight against the medicine, but he still couldn't get rid of it. "I have killed before." In the end, he still closed his eyes in agony and spoke hoarsely. His voice was ragged, and he staggered past every corner. Everyone quieted down. and pairs of eyes looked at the person on the platform. Mu Yanli stood on the high platform and looked down with disdain. How many people have you killed? Too many. I can't remember. The faces of the people below had changed. How old were you when you first killed? 15. Did you kill cultivators or mortals? Mortals. Did you kill for revenge or to protect yourself? Both. The two of them asked and answered. Many of the onlookers had gathered to watch the show, so they didn't know what had happened before. When they heard that Mo Ran had killed people for revenge at the age of 15, and that he couldn't remember the exact number, they were shocked and angry. I didn't expect the famous Grandmaster Mo to be a devil who kills without batting an eyelid. So scary. This person is too sinister. When I was 15, I didn't even dare to kill a chicken, but he has already started killing people. What a pervert. Mu Yanli ignored them and said coldly, "Continue with your crimes." Mo Ran couldn't hold it in anymore. He said hoarsely, "I impersonated. I pretended to be the nephew of the supremacy at the Life and Death Summit. How long? 8 years. Continue with your crimes." Mo Ran said slowly, "I cultivated the 3 great forbidden techniques. Jinlong, Jinlong, Go Game." Many people on the platform were speechless at this moment. Someone looked at the Life and Death Summit and said sarcastically, "Didn't Shuizhengyong want to exonerate this beast? I said that he would definitely tell the truth if I fed him a cup of water of guilt." Shuizhengyong didn't let the Heavenly Music Pavilion interrogate Mo Ran, according to the law. I think this old thing is blinded by lard. He doesn't even want to avenge his nephew. The Life and Death Summit has a disciple who cultivates forbidden techniques. This sect should be disbanded, right? What's the point of keeping it? To continue nurturing devils? I also said that he did it. At the Life and Death Summit, he destroyed his own spirit core to save us. It was just a ruse. Fortunately, we didn't let him go at that time. That's right. Where there's life, there's hope. He must have thought that way. He's so powerful. So what if his spirit core was destroyed? Maybe he could come up with some crooked ways to recover himself. It was really a close call. If the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master didn't insist, we might have let this vicious thing go by mistake. There was a huge scale on the public trial platform. It was flowing with golden brilliance. It was an extremely special divine weapon. It weighed hundreds of tons. Since the Heavenly Music Pavilion opened, it had been standing here for thousands of years. It had been passed down from generation to generation. It was said that this scale was left behind by the gods. It could judge all the crimes and punishments in the world and give the most fair judgment. Mo Ran didn't open his mouth to admit to any of his crimes. Mu Yanli ordered her disciples to put the weights made of golden spiritual power into the scale. The exquisite weights fell into the scale and quickly became bigger. They pressed down heavily on the other side of the scale and faced the corresponding punishment. When he described the first crime, the scale pointed to digging out the spirit core alive. And when he finished describing the exquisite chess game, the scale pointed to the most extreme punishment, crushing the soul. On the platform, Xue Meng's face instantly turned pale. He muttered, "Crushing the soul?" From then on, there would be no more Mo Weiyu and Mo Ran in the heavenly world. This elder brother of his, it didn't matter if he was real or fake. Even if he reincarnated, he would never see him again. His mind was blank and his hands were numb. Shuizhengyong stood up and said to Mu Yanli seriously, "Crushing the soul is a punishment that no one has ever suffered since the Heavenly Music Pavilion was established. Pavilion Master Mu, I'm afraid your judgment is not fair." Chapter 271. Hearing Shuizhengyong's words, people from other sects got up angrily. "Can you shut up at the Life and Death Summit? Your disciple has violated the taboo of the cultivation world by practicing the exquisite chess game. Logically speaking, your lousy sect should immediately disperse and get lost. We don't have time to argue with you now, but can you have some self-awareness?" "Shuizhengyong, you're still speaking for him? Don't tell me you're in cahoots with him." There were murmurs all around. Whether it was a sect or a family, it was often like this. If one person became a god, everyone would ascend to heaven. However, once one person did something unforgivable, the entire sect or family would be regarded as a treacherous nest of devils. This is a punishment, not a punishment. Mu Yanli was indifferent. She talked about the matter and didn't judge the life and death summit. Sect leader Shui, don't be anxious. After the punishment, it will also reduce the merits. The merits will offset the demerits. That's the final conclusion. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at Mo Ran again. Her voice was cold. Continue your punishment. I once deceived my master and ancestor. Deceived your master and ancestor. These words were puzzling. Mo Ran felt like his heart was on fire. Deceived his master and ancestor. What he said was the crime of his previous life. This water of grievance would actually grind the serious crime he committed in his previous life out from his throat. But he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to say it. Did he want to say how he humiliated Chu Wanning in his previous life under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes? He imprisoned him as his exclusive property and made him his concubine. He humiliated his pride and finally caused his death. He didn't want to say it. He felt that he couldn't live, but Chu Wanning still had a long life ahead of him. Chu Wanning was the spirit of the sacred tree. He had the purest spiritual energy and was gifted. He hoped that Chu Wanning could go on well. In the end, he would definitely ascend and become an immortal. He would no longer have to suffer the pain of reincarnation and the pain of love. His master was so good and so clean. He wanted to protect him. He couldn't let others think that they were connected or involved. He could not let everyone think that Chu Wanning was dirty, that his body was stained with the Emperor Ta's sin and blood. He had to protect him. Protect him. His abdomen seemed to be on fire, and the pain was so intense that his intestines were broken. He could vaguely hear Mu Yanli's cold interrogation. What do you mean by deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? He wouldn't say it, he wouldn't say it. His fingertips were bleeding from the friction on the rough gravel floor. His forehead was red from the friction. He was hunched over and panting heavily, like a fish on the verge of death on the riverbank. He didn't say anything. Resisting the water of complaint was the same as resisting heaven's inquisition. As long as one clenched their teeth, they would be able to endure it in the end. He struggled under the questioning of the heavenly music parlor and the gazes of the crowd, howling like a trapped beast. This torture was too deep. Ordinary people couldn't even endure heaven's inquisition, and this was 100 or even 1,000 times more painful than heaven's inquisition. He felt as if his intestines were being squeezed by a pair of invisible hands, torn and minced. The wounds on his flesh were flooded with salt water, and there was a burning pain. His wrists were in excruciating pain. Mu Yanli's voice sounded so far away, as if it came from across the ocean. What do you mean by deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors? He didn't say it. He bit his tongue and lips. His mouth was full of blood, but he didn't cry. It was the same as when he was locked in the dog cage for 7 days. He didn't cry. His tears would only make him a laughing stock. No one would pity him, and he didn't want their pity. Even if it hurt to death, even if it hurt so much that his liver and intestines were broken, he had to endure it. Mu Yanli was still questioning him condescendingly. What did you do to Chu Wanning? It was too painful. In the end, he started to hallucinate. In a trance, he saw Chu Wanning's appearance when he ascended to immortality 100 years later. He was still wearing snow-white clothes. His features were handsome, and his aura was magnificent. When he wasn't smiling, his eyes were sharp. When he smiled, the sharpness melted away, turning into gentleness. I didn't. Mu Yanli was stunned for a moment. Her red lips opened slightly. What? Mo Ran's throat was crushed, and his voice was extremely hoarse. I was wrong. I didn't deceive my master. He raised his eyes. They were bloodshot, but his pupils were bright. Destroying one's ancestors. He bit each word. Mu Yanli did not know what kind of expression she had on her face. There seemed to be a trace of shock and a trace of confusion. But she was too cold, so the shock and confusion quickly froze into ice. She paused for a moment and said, "Continue with the crime." Mo Ran coughed up blood. His lungs seemed to be crushed, and when he breathed there was a turbid smell. He lay on the ground, waiting for the huge pain of the water of complaint to subside. His whole body was drenched, and his face was as pale as paper. His cheek was close to the ground, and his hair was stained on his cheeks. He gasped for breath. Mu Yanli couldn't help but take half a step forward. She stared at him. Continue with the crime. Not guilty. Mo Ran closed his eyes and said hoarsely, but I can do it. Mu Yanli ordered a disciple to go forward and take a little of Mo Ran's blood. Then she smeared it on the exquisite weight. The weight was engraved with the words merit, kindness and virtue in Xiaozhuan. It was used to measure a person's merit. She threw the weight into the scale. The scale slowly floated. Except for Mo Ran, everyone was looking at the golden needle. Shatter the soul. It was still shatter the soul. The needle was moving slowly. Shatter the soul. But it couldn't get out of the circle of shatter the soul. Xue Meng held the scimitar of Dragon City on his knees. His face was extremely ugly. He stared at the scale. He tried to straighten his back because he knew that if he collapsed, it would be difficult for him to stand up again. He trembled slightly. At this moment, his palm was colder than the black iron of Dragon City. Mu Yanli's beautiful eyes stared at the golden scale without blinking. The needle moved slower and slower. It moved in the area of shatter the soul and almost stopped. She flicked her sleeves and said lightly, "Okay, it seems that the situation is, it's still moving." Young Master Xue Meng stared at her. He was talking although his voice was trembling. He didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong. The needle is still moving. Mu Yanli said, "It's going to stop." "Then let's wait for it to stop." Mu Yanli looked at him. After a while, a cold and mocking smile appeared on her face. "Okay, then let's wait for it to stop." The sun was scorching hot, and a layer of gray smoke rose from the sand and stone ground. They waited. Everyone looked at the needle, waiting for it to stop. But strangely, the needle didn't stop for a long time. It seemed that it couldn't decide how to deal with Mo Weiyu. It was wavering, hesitantly leaning toward the area of punishment. Slowly, bit by bit. Mu Yanli didn't seem to have encountered such a situation. She didn't say anything. Her yellow dress fluttered on the ground as she quietly waited for the divine martial scale's judgment. Xue Meng's knuckles turned white. He stared at the needle. It seemed that what was about to be judged was not Mo Weiyu's life, but the years that he and Mo Ran had known each other. From contempt to disgust, from disgust to acceptance, and from acceptance to approval. Was it wrong to be cold at the beginning, or was it wrong to call him brother later? He didn't know. He stared at the needle. In his vast and helpless heart, he only had hope when he stared at the needle. "Don't stop. I beg you. Keep going forward. Look, there's still a little more." No matter how wrong that guy was, he still broke his spirit nucleus and defeated thousands of soldiers. How could he be sentenced to death? How could he break his spirit a little more? A little more. Until the end. "Dig out the spirit nucleus," Mu Yanli announced with an expressionless face. She looked extremely just and cold-blooded, which was completely different from the golden and warm gown she was wearing. Her whole person was colder than the frost and snow. The needle stopped. The tip of the needle pointed at the words, "Dig out the spirit nucleus." That was the final judgment for Grandmaster Mo. Mu Yanli looked at the spectators below, as well as the 10 great sects on the stage. It was indeed the 10 great sects. The heavenly music parlor still had the old seat of the Confucian Wind sect. There was only one person sitting there. It was Yi Wangxi dressed in black. She carried Nangongxi's cloth quiver on her back. Nao Beijing, who had lost her master forever, was lying on her knees. Her face was very haggard, but her eyes were clear. She was also watching everything on the stage. Mu Yanli said, "The heavenly music parlor has eyes, and a clear mirror hangs high above. The heavenly music parlor has judged the merits and demerits. It has not been biased, nor has it deliberately made things difficult for Mo Ran and Mo Weiyu. Dig out the spirit nucleus. It will be announced in 3 days. If there are no objections after 3 days," Xue Meng, who had been enduring with his eyes closed, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up, his silver blue light armor shining. "I have objections. There's no need to wait for 3 days. I have objections now." The uproar below became louder. "The peak of life and death is a damn closed-door sect. What the hell? Why don't we just interrogate Xue Zhengyong and Xue Meng together? In all likelihood, they're in cahoots. How can they still speak up for the devil at this point? When the precious dragon chess appeared, how come it didn't kill many people at the peak of life and death? Are you really not a devil's den? Shuemeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. However, he had no choice but to use all his strength to suppress his anger. Mu Yanli naturally heard the angry roars of those cultivators, but she turned a deaf ear to them. She only said indifferently, "Young Master Shui, what do you want to say? I'm all ears." Shuemeng opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. Madame Wang was very worried. She quietly pulled him. "Menger, there are still 3 days. Let's take our time and think about what to say." However, Shuemeng didn't seem to hear his mother. He stared at Mu Yanli for a while, then turned to look at the scale. Finally, his gaze landed on a small black dot in the distance. That was Mo ran on the execution platform. Shuemeng's eyes suddenly trembled. It was as if a curtain was blown by the wind. His eyes wrinkled. It was neither dark nor bright. He said without rhyme or reason, "He doesn't have a spirit core anymore." Mu Yanli asked, "What do you mean?" Shuemeng suddenly became agitated. He looked back at her. "What do you mean? Don't you know? Isn't he the one who saved you at the peak of life and death and the one who withdrew the chess piece? Pavilion Master Mu, I want to know how you want to execute him. His spirit core is already broken. What else do you want to do? Dig out his heart?" His eyes were filled with tears. His fingernails dug deep into his palms. "Dig out his spirit core alive, dig out his spirit core alive. He doesn't have a spirit core anymore. Are you going to kill him?" Mu Yanli narrowed her eyes. The Heavenly Sound Pavilion has its own way. According to the rules, after the verdict is announced, the execution will be carried out in 3 days. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse voice sounded. Everyone looked up and saw that the person speaking was Yi Wangxi. "Pavilion Master, please explain clearly what method you have." Immediately, someone from Baitan village angrily rebuked, "What right do you have to speak? Who do you think you are?" Some people even whispered, relying on the fact that she has Jiangxi's support and Nangongxi's death in exchange for the Confucian Wind sect's innocence. She really thinks she's something. On such a grand occasion, how can a nameless woman question the pavilion master of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion like this? Is she even qualified? Yi Wangxi paid no attention to all of this, until someone who had a grudge with the Nangong family shouted at her, "Yi Wangxi, the Confucian Wind sect has already perished. You're sitting there alone. Don't tell me you think you're the sect master of the Confucian Wind sect?" Yi Wangxi hugged Nao Beijing, who was whimpering in her arms and hadn't recovered her spiritual power yet. She stood there alone, neither angry nor noisy. When those angry and mocking voices gradually calmed down, she said, "The commander of the Confucian Wind sect is still here. Whether it's perished or not, it's not up to you to decide." Yi Wangxi didn't want to argue with others. She looked at Mu Yanli and said, "Pavilion Master, please enlighten us." Mu Yanli said, "In this world there's a way to reconstruct the spiritual core. The spiritual core is broken, but the fragments are still in the heart cavity. The so-called digging out of the spiritual core naturally doesn't require the spiritual core to be intact." Shuemeng's face was as white as paper. "So what do you want? Just cast a spell and dig out all the fragments of the spiritual core." Mu Yanli said, "The Heavenly Sound Pavilion won't want his." Before the word life could be said, Shuezhnyong also stood up, his face dark. "Dig out all the fragments of the spiritual core? That's right. Then how many times do we have to dig?" Shuezhnyong glared at her. His hair had already turned white. 5 times? 10 times? Digging out the spiritual core hurts the heart. Every time is extremely painful. A few years ago, the Heavenly Sound Pavilion dug out a prisoner's spiritual core. She didn't make it and died the same day she returned to the prison. Mu Yanli said indifferently, "That's because she was weak. She can't blame the Heavenly Sound Pavilion." "Then you might as well take his life directly." Shuezhnyong shouted angrily. "Mu Yanli, the fragments of the spiritual core. You said that if his spiritual core is broken into 2 pieces, you'll dig twice. If it's 3 pieces, you'll dig thrice. But what if it's broken into hundreds or thousands of pieces? Are you going to cut him into pieces? You're going to cut him into pieces. If it's really broken into pieces like that, it's his own fate. Shui Zhengyong was speechless. Fate? Everything was fate. He suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. What was fate? Because of fate, he mistakenly raised this child as his own nephew. He gave this child a family and a master. He gave this child a place to live and a home. But what was this child's original fate? He was an illegitimate child who didn't have enough to eat since he was young. He followed his mother to beg and perform for a living. After his mother died, he was a thin and weak child. He dragged her gradually rotting body to the mass grave and buried the only warmth of his childhood with his own hands. He was beaten and scolded countless times. He was locked in a dog cage and framed to go to prison. Everyone hoped that the world was fair. But from the moment of birth, fate was unfair to begin with. Why was it that here, the young masters of aristocratic families had luxurious cars and expensive horses, and they exchanged money for a beauty's smile? Over there, the poor people were displaced and had no choice but to live on insects and ants. Why was it that some people could act spoiled to their mother without any worries? Some people had to bring their mother's bones to the rich and powerful to ask for a sentence. Fate is 3 feet long, but it's hard for you to ask for 10 feet. Why was it that some people had to be buried humbly? Some people were born rich. This was unfair. When fate poured unfairness on those at the bottom, when a price adjustment order could take away the lives of those around them, where was justice? They were all living people. How could they not hate? How could they be relieved? Even if this child was wrong, even if he was not his flesh and blood, even if fate played tricks on him, when he thought of this, his heart still ached. Shui Zhengyong closed his eyes. He muttered, "It's too cruel." The divine martial scale probably didn't take into account the situation of the broken spirit core. Hundreds of times Mu Yanli. He looked up and his voice was trembling. You have to take an awl and stab his heart hundreds of times. The world was clear and bright. Everything in the heavenly music parlor was strict, fair, and meticulous. Shui Zhengyong raised his head and watched as the clouds slowly flowed past. Well, now he has repaid his sins. He should have repaid what he owed this world. The wind started to blow. Shui Zhengyong suddenly choked. But what this world owes him? Will anyone pay him back? Will anyone pay him back? Chapter 272. The public trial ended in the end. Even if someone spoke up and defended, the result could not be changed. Following the trial of the heavenly music parlor's divine scale had been an ancient practice in the cultivation world for thousands of years. No one could escape, including Mo Weiyu. After clearing the scene, Mo Ran was escorted to the confessional outside the heavenly music parlor. He was bound by Dharma artifacts, shrouded by barriers and guarded by guards. He would kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights, receiving ridicule and curses from passers-by until the day he had to dig out his spirit core. This was the so-called public announcement. Father, Mother, I want to see him. In the guest room of the heavenly music parlor, Shui Meng could not sit still. He suddenly stood up but was stopped by Madame Wang. Madame Wang said, "Don't go." It was rare for her to be so firm, but at this moment she could not deny it. Don't go to the confessional. Don't see him. Why? I just, Madame Wang shook her head. At the Life and Death Summit we can't even protect ourselves now. How many people are ordering us to disband today? You and your son need to stay calm and not stand out. Once the Life and Death Summit is in trouble, be it you hung or ran air, even the last path of retreat will be cut off. Shui Meng was at a loss. But will there really be people who will fight him and scold him? I don't know what's going on with that exquisite chess game and how he could solve it. But he buried his face in his palms, his voice wet. But he really saved us that day. Why do some people who have not experienced the disaster and did not see the situation that day treat him like this just based on one side of the story? Why? Shui Meng did not understand. He was too pure. But Madame Wang knew, and so did Shui Zhengyong. The heavenly music parlor was the most just temple in the cultivation world. Once something was set, especially after it had been tempered by time and stood tall for thousands of years, very few people would think about why it was just and whether it was wrong. In such a power, even if there was a voice of rebuttal, it would be easily drowned out. Mo Weiyu was a sinner. Because he was a sinner, anyone could humiliate him and scold him. Because they were cursing the sinner and hitting the sinner, whether it was the spit or the fists, it was not violence, not venting, not following the trend, not venting of jealousy, and definitely not the boundless pleasure of a tiger who had fallen from grace. Instead, he was punishing evil and promoting good. Everyone should be clapping their hands and cheering. Whoever dared to speak up and beg for mercy would be considered an accomplice. They should be dragged onto the stage, their faces painted, their hair cut off. They should be devoid of morals, unable to distinguish right from wrong, and fight together. Xue Meng could not go to the confessional. The confessional platform was not covered. Mo Ran knelt in the misty rain. The fine rain fell on his face. He closed his eyes. The crowd searched. Even the rain could not extinguish this lively scene. These residents of the upper cultivation world were not cultivators, so they did not know what had happened before. But they were very curious. They held oil paper umbrellas and looked at the man who was tied up. During the day, they were far away from the platform, so they could not see Mo Ran's appearance clearly. But when the public trial was held on the confessional, these people could come closer to take a look. A girl whispered in surprise, "When I heard what he did this morning, I thought he was an ugly monster with a green face and fangs. I didn't expect him to be so good-looking." The strong man next to her thoughtfully straightened her cloak and said, "You're too naive. In this world, there are countless people who are good-looking but have sinister hearts. You must not be fooled by the appearance of this kind of person." There were also parents who came specially with their children. The father was a teacher in the upper cultivation world. He was gentle and refined. He picked up his child so that he could see Mo Ran's appearance clearly. "Do you see? You must be a good person in the future. You must not be like this kind of beast." The child was only 5 or 6 years old and was not very sensible, so he asked father, "What did he do wrong? Why is he kneeling here? The mistakes he has made are too many to count." The teacher said sourly, "According to the conclusion of the public trial in Tianyin Pavilion, he killed people, set fire, practiced forbidden techniques, and deceived his identity. This person has no sense of shame or humanity. He is cold-blooded and dark. He is worse than pigs and dogs. When you grow up, you must not be like him. Do you remember?" "I remember." The father was relieved. Then he heard the child ask him, "But father, do you know him?" The father was stunned. "Me? Of course I don't know him. Your father is the most upright teacher in Qingfeng Academy in the upper cultivation world. I have been open and aboveboard all my life. I have made friends with knowledgeable people and decent gentlemen. How would I know this kind of evil?" He paused for a moment as if he felt that he needed to add more fuel to the fire, so he earnestly instructed the child, "Our family is a scholarly family. Since childhood, we have been nurtured with excellent morals. With a person like him, even if we say one more word, we should feel extremely ashamed and dirty. Do you remember?" This time the child did not say that he remembered, nor did he say that he did not. He asked puzzledly, "But father, since you don't know him, how do you know that him?" He tried to imitate his father's words and tried hard to recall. "He is worse than pigs and dogs. He is cold-blooded and dark. Today is the first day we met him. Doesn't it take a long time to understand a person? Like me and Xiaohua next door." The teacher said, "You don't understand. This is not the same. He is a person who has been convicted." The child looked at Mo Ran with his big eyes. After a while he said, "But this brother looks so pitiful. He doesn't look like a bad person. Could the music pavilion have judged wrongly?" "You are too young. That's why you think that way." The teacher had always been pedantic. He vetoed his son's doubts. "When you grow up, you will understand that the heavenly music pavilion has been the fairest place in the world for thousands of years. The temple left by the gods is almost never wrong." The child held his finger and stared at Mo Ran. He seemed to understand but did not speak up for Mo Ran anymore. It was late at night. The crowd gradually thinned and dispersed. In the middle of the night, the drizzle turned into a heavy rain. There was no one left. The night passed. At the break of dawn, a hawker who was rushing to the morning market slowly pushed a cart. The rain was heavy and the wind was strong. The hawker stooped and pushed his worn-out wooden cart. At that moment, Mo Ran was half asleep and half awake. He heard the sound of the cart's wheels on the limestone road and the hawker's labored and heavy breathing. His consciousness drifted. In a trance, he thought that he was still traveling outside. He opened his eyes slightly. They were out of focus. But almost reflexively, as he had done every day and every night since he had lost Chu Wanning, he instinctively wanted to lend a hand, wanted to help the weary peddler push the cart under the tree, wanted to do something in his power. But he found that he could not stand up. After a long time, he remembered that the time to atone for his sins was gone forever. He was now a convicted criminal of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. The wind was so strong that the tarpaulin on the hawker's cart was rolled up. He tried to flatten it, but it was to no avail. The tarpaulin was blown up, and the pile of goods on the cart was completely drenched by the rain. This poor man, who was tired from running around for a living, anxiously flattened the tarpaulin in the rain. Mo Ran looked at him. He felt very sad because he remembered the past where his mother danced on the tip of a knife for a copper coin. In this world there were always so many people who had to brave the wind and rain for a mouthful of food, while others were sleeping peacefully. He really wanted to help him. In this quiet and rainy night, he felt so calm that he could recall many things in the past. He remembered the sentence that he once said to his mother with a smile. "When I am successful, I will build many, many houses. Everyone will have a place to live. No one will have to starve or freeze anymore." Mo Ran did not understand why none of the disciples of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, who were standing by, went forward to help the hawker. Clearly, it was just a matter of lifting one's hand. But these people stood upright like pine trees, which was the most solemn and dignified style of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Yet they did not move. Their bodies were like a rock, and their hearts were probably not much different from a rock. The hawker huffed and puffed as he chased after the tarpaulin. The tarpaulin was blown all the way to the confessional, and in front of Mo Ran, a skinny hand like the bark of an old tree finally caught hold of it. Mo Ran heaved a sigh of relief and felt comforted for him. But the hawker knew that the goods on his cart were damaged. His emotions were extremely bad, but he did not know how to vent. He gripped the tarpaulin, and just as he was feeling distressed, he suddenly felt Mo Ran looking at him. He turned and glared at him. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and spat at Mo Ran's face. "What are you looking at? What's there to look at? Even a lowly person like you wants to laugh at me? Damn you! Let's see how you die." He was not satisfied, but he did not dare to get too close. He picked up a few stones and threw them at Mo Ran. The young disciples of the Heavenly Music Parlor were used to this. In private, they would often laugh and say, "Humans, as long as they can distinguish between good and evil, they will hate those felons. It's okay to hit them a few times." They were very considerate of the common people's feelings. Hence they did not stop him. A few stones hit his face and body, but it did not hurt. But Mo Ran was trembling slightly. Seeing him trembling and in pain, the hawker seemed to feel that his bad luck and misery today was nothing. He more or less vented some of the anger in his heart. He dragged his frail body towards the cart, covered it with the tarpaulin, and walked far away. The night fog was boundless between heaven and earth. The heavy rain washed away the hawker's thick phlegm and washed away many of the stains. The rain was getting heavier and the world was cleaner. Dawn came. The cultivators of the Heavenly Music Parlor left the city gate one after another. When they passed by Mo Ran, they either ignored him or looked at him with disdain. Suddenly, a pair of black boots stopped in front of Mo Ran. An umbrella fell, blocking the pattering rain. Mo Ran was sleeping and did not notice, until he heard someone arguing. A gentle and deep voice, but the tone was very insistent, cast a barrier to protect him from the rain. Without the orders of the parlor master, do not touch the repentance platform. It's just a barrier. Can't help. Mo Ran opened his eyes. In a daze he saw a tall and straight man. No, not a man, it was Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi's attitude was firm. "The execution day has not arrived yet. You should not treat him like this. What did we do to him?" Someone frowned. "Miss Yi, you have to take responsibility for your words. The heavenly music parlor did things according to the rules. It was the heavens who could not bear to see him and wanted to reign. This is not a punishment we imposed on him. Yi Wangxi's eyes flashed with anger. Isn't this a punishment? The whole night. You let him get wet like this for the whole night? If I hadn't seen it today. Below, people from Baitan Manor passed by. It was Zhang Songming and a group of junior brothers. Hearing the noise, Zhang Songming glanced sideways and sneered. Io, the leader of Dark City of the Confucian Wind sect, is meddling in other people's business again? Holding the umbrella for the sinner, huh? The surrounding people gathered around and whispered to each other. There were even a few female cultivators who rolled their eyes at Yi Wangxi and whispered to each other. Unfortunately, their voices were not low. I heard that the black-clothed man who stood up for Yi Wangxi at the Confucian Wind sect was Mo Ran. What? How come I didn't know? It was actually this evil spirit who helped her. Mo Ran even killed his godmother who raised him. Why is he so good to Yi Wangxi? After a moment of silence, someone opened his eyes wide and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. His expression changed. Heavens, the two of them can't be. What is it? They were very smart. No one said anything at this moment. However, their faces were filled with both disgust and excitement. Their irresponsible guesses were too comfortable. It was like a long and intense climax. This climax pervaded the crowd and spread through the misty rain. They stared at the two people on the stage. A man and a woman. Why was a woman willing to help a man who was down and out? Had she slept with him? She had definitely slept with him. She had definitely loved him to death. She had loved him so much in bed, so deeply entwined with him. So dirty. Mo Ran raised his eyes and glanced at Yi Wangxi. He wanted to speak, but for the first time he couldn't make a sound. He could only gulp again and then say hoarsely, "Miss Yi, you're awake?" Yi Wangxi lowered her head, still looking as gentle and upright as before. "You should leave. Don't stand here. It's not good for you." Yi Wangxi didn't leave. She had brought a pot of warm water. She leaned over, holding the umbrella while opening the lid of the pot. The umbrella tilted, and most of the rain fell on her body. "Drink something." Someone from the heavenly music parlor immediately came to stop her. "Miss Yi, prisoners are not allowed to eat." "Then can the prisoners be hit by stones by bystanders?" Yi Wangxi didn't see what happened last night, but there were stones of various sizes scattered around Mo Ran. His forehead and cheeks were also bruised. She stared at them, and her gaze was a little fierce like Nangong Sea. Gradually, the shadow of an old friend appeared on her. "Isn't the heavenly music parlor doing things impartially? Is this what you call fairness?" Those people knew that they were in the wrong, so they didn't say anything more. The leader looked embarrassed and coughed lightly. "Forget about the water, you can't eat anything else." Yi Wangxi fed him some warm water. Mo Ran whispered, "Why? You helped us see." Yi Wangxi didn't look up. "And helped me. On Jiao Mountain, if the person who died was me, Nangong would have." Yi Wangxi's hand paused for a moment. She was trembling, but she still said in the end, "Everyone wants to live. I won't blame you just because you want to live." "Drink," she said. "Shueming can't come. He's stopped by his parents. I'm holding the umbrella here. Previously, you risked universal condemnation to help me in Asi. Now, even if no one is on your side, I will still help you." Her expression was still indifferent, but it was very determined. "I'm here." She was a woman of her words. She stood beside Mo Ran. The heavenly music parlor didn't allow her to open the barrier, so she held the umbrella and tilted it slightly, blocking the rain for Mo Ran. With her standing, there were no more people throwing stones, but the words of discussion became more and more unpleasant. Demons who were neither men nor women. Beasts who dressed impeccably. Women who couldn't distinguish between good and bad. Murderers who had no conscience. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Moreover, everyone knew that the man kneeling on the ground would never be able to make a comeback, while the woman standing beside him had long fallen from her sect and had no one to rely on. No matter how unpleasant the words were, who would care about them? At this moment, Mo Ran suddenly realized that there were so many brave warriors in the world. One after another, they were impassioned, like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. They were so righteous, indignant, and hated evil. He didn't know where these people had gone in the past. The heavenly music parlor's interrogation was the rarest. Perhaps in 10 years no one would be able to receive this special honor. Waves of people came and went, returning and returning like the ebb and flow of the tide. Someone said, "This Mo Ran did a lot of good deeds in the past. Now that I think about it, we don't know what his intentions are. He even stayed overnight in our village. Such a murderous demon, just thinking about it makes me scared." I heard that his mother is that Duani Han. Do you guys know? Duani Han? The music deity that is hard to find? Those who heard it were shocked. Isn't that girl very nice? I heard that she is talented, gentle, noble, and very kind. Immediately someone said sarcastically, "You men are really interesting. Duani Han is a whore, right?" In this day and age, even a whore can be praised as noble and pure. I think this world has really changed. There is no moral standard in this world. The man who was contradicted was unhappy. Duani Han is a musician, not a whore. She has been in the music parlor for so many years, but she has never accepted any guests. You think that she didn't accept because you are poor. For this kind of woman, as long as you have enough money, there is no such thing as innocence. At this time someone said emotionally, "What's the difference between a musician and a whore? They are all people who don't know self-respect and have no sense of shame." In this day and age, there is actually someone who speaks up for a whore. I didn't expect that in the upper realm of cultivation, morality has fallen to such a low level. The person who spoke was none other than the teacher who came with the child yesterday. Today he was not holding his child but was holding a stack of books. A group of study boys followed behind him. The teacher raised his chin slightly, looking extremely noble. Someone recognized him and said politely, "Mr. Ma, you left class early today. What is learned on paper is always shallow." The teacher said, "I left class early today to bring my students here to learn in person and see the world." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the young master who spoke up for Duani Han and snorted disdainfully. "But I never thought that I would actually be able to hear such a shocking statement. This has truly broadened this Ma's horizons, and I'm truly worried about the atmosphere in the upper cultivation world." Yes, Mr. Ma is right. You are a model of morality. Mr. Ma is a model teacher and has put in a lot of effort. The man who dared to speak up for Duani Han was ashamed and angry, but the people around him were laughing at him. His face turned red, but he couldn't say anything. He flicked his sleeve and left angrily. When Mo Ran heard these words, he was angry at first, but then he felt powerless. He couldn't do anything. He could only listen to his mother, who had passed away long ago, become disgusted in front of everyone's mouths. He could only watch the woman who told him to remember kindness, don't take revenge, before she died be chewed up by those black mouths. She was described as a prostitute, a pervert, and a scum who gave birth to a lowly child. He couldn't stop them from talking. Wuxia endured for a long time. Finally she couldn't take it anymore. She stepped forward, wanting to argue with the people below the stage. But Mo Ran called her in a low voice, "Don't say anymore. It's useless." Wuxia returned to his side. At this time the rain had gradually stopped, but she still didn't put away her umbrella, as if this thin oil paper umbrella could block anything. Mo Ran raised his eyes to look at her. After a while he said in a hoarse voice, "Don't stand here to accompany me. Miss Yi, if you believe me, then go back to Tianyin Pavilion. Go find Shuemeng, find the people at the peak of life and death, and tell them." He calmed down for a while. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to speak. "Tell them to listen to me. Try to find Hua Bainan as soon as possible, and find my master." At the mention of Chu Wanning, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Where was Chu Wanning? Listening to Shermei's tone, he wouldn't hurt him. But where would he be taken by Shermei? What would he be forced to do? He couldn't think too deeply. The first forbidden technique has really been broken. We have to be on guard. Mo Ran's eyelashes fluttered. I can't stop the second attack. But there will definitely be a second attack. Please believe me. I don't have any other intentions. I just hope that everything can stop. Can't go on like this. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. I don't want to see Chu Wanning summon Huai Sha again. I don't want to see him mend the vault of heaven on his own again. Chapter 273. In the main hall of Jiao Mountain, a single lamp was lit. Nangong Lu was curled up beside the throne, snoring. Beside him were 2 unfinished oranges. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared around the corner. The figure cast a shadow on Nangong Lu and slowly approached him. That person's footsteps were extremely slow. He tapped on a cane, and a white silk cloth hung on the bridge of his nose, completely covering his eyes. Oh, perhaps the sound of the bamboo cane hitting the ground disturbed Nangong Li. He woke up from his light sleep, rubbed his eyes and said blankly, "Ah, it's my dear brother. What happened to your eyes?" The person who appeared in the hall was blind Shimei, who had been appearing and disappearing mysteriously, trying not to appear in front of others. Nangong Lu was startled. "Didn't you go to Tianyin Pavilion?" Shimei shook his head. "It's a long story, I won't tell you in detail." After a slight pause he said, "Lu, I think I left a precious military manual on the table. Can you help me look for it?" "What's wrong with that?" Nangong Lu immediately flipped through the table, and quickly found the military manual made of silk. "Here. Thank you." Shimei's slender fingers moved slowly on the silk. He was blind and couldn't see the words on the silk. However, this kind of military manual wasn't just recorded using runes. Just in case, he could read it using his spiritual energy. He stood in the empty hall, slowly deciphering the contents. It was written that Hua Bainan had used all the troops in the precious chess game to force Mo Ran to destroy his spiritual nucleus. Used 46,000 people of Lin Lingyu in his previous life. There were 13,000 people in Wubei Temple. So many things. All the disciples of the Life and Death Summit in his previous life. Shimei pinched the soft and delicate silk. At first, he felt numb, but in his mind he thought dully. So the sacrifice that I mentioned in my previous life was this kind of mountain of corpses and sea of blood? All the disciples of the Life and Death Summit. All of them were made into precious chess pieces to be used by the Emperor Ta. Except for Shui Meng, no one was spared. But he clearly remembered that Hua Bainan had once said to him gently, "You know, I am also a person who is used to seeing life and death. There is a lot of suffering in the world. The only thing I wish to do is not do evil. I hope that fewer people will die on this path. Otherwise, my conscience will not be at ease." Those were the words that Hua Bainan had said to him when he had just arrived in front of him through the space-time rift. The world is full of bitterness. Do not commit any evil. If you have no other choice, you can only wish for fewer deaths. This was not much different from his own thoughts. He was vicious and merciless, but it was not what he wanted. He had no other choice. My conscience cannot be at ease. At that time, the Hua Bainan who had sincerely said those words to him had already killed everyone in the world in another world. But he only knew about it now. "My dear brother, what happened to you?" His brain was buzzing and filled with blood. Nangong Lu's anxious voice sounded in his ears, "You look terrible. Why are you trembling? Are you sick? Are you cold?" She was babbling like a child. Suddenly, he felt a burst of warmth wrap around him. It was Nangong Lu who had taken off her outer robe and put it on him in a hurry. "Come, I am not cold. I will give you my clothes." The criminal who used to hide needles in silk floss, who used to be full of schemes, had become so simple after losing his divine sense. Perhaps everyone had a time when they were young and sincere, when they were anxious and worried about others, right? But under the carving of time, their hearts and faces had also grown wrinkles. They no longer looked like themselves. Shimei was wrapped in Nangong Lu's clothes. He was cold to the bone. He felt dizzy, and tears of blood seeped out from under the white cloth. He fell on the seat and curled up his body. "He is not me." Shimei kept murmuring, "He is not me." Nangong Lu was confused when she heard this. "What?" Shimei curled up his face in the crook of his arm. That small shiver spread from his fingers to his whole body. He was even unwilling to touch that piece of silk again. "I want to save people. I also know that sacrifices are inevitable. I know that there will be a lot of calculations, and I will let down a lot of people. I have long been prepared to be consigned to eternal damnation. When he discussed with me that I might have to donate my eyes, I did not hesitate. But my dear brother." Nangong Lu put her hand on his hair and comforted him clumsily like a child comforting a child. Shimei suddenly choked. But I really did not expect that he would kill so many people. The silk floated down to the ground. Written on it were the records of all the cultivators and commoners in the other world of mortals. They were all bones. After a long time, so long that Nangong Lu squatted on the side and did not know what to do, Shimei slowly supported himself on the cold table and stood up. Nangong Lu hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" Shimei was silent for a while. He seemed to be really confused about where he should go. When Nangong Lu asked for the third time, he finally came to his senses. He bit his lip and said, "The secret room." He could not continue to make mistakes. He had to save his master. When he came to the door of the secret room, he touched it and found that Hua Bainan had actually cast an extremely profound forbidden spell on the stone door. Shimei was slightly startled, and then the corners of his mouth seemed to show a bitter smile. From the war manual to the stone door's forbidden spell, he suddenly felt that he was so ridiculous. He was wary of him, so he cast a forbidden spell. It was a spell that Shimei had never practiced before. In the end, Hua Bainan did not trust him at all. "I'm sorry to disappoint you," Shimei said softly. His hand lit up with a faint blue light, and he touched the center of the formation. "Perhaps you didn't learn this incantation when you were my age. But I know it. It's just that you don't know." The stone door of the secret room opened with a bang. Who would live the same life after being reborn? Even if it was the same person, perhaps because they took shelter from the rain in spring and had a good sleep in the shade of a tree in summer, their life would change. Shimei hesitated in front of the door of the secret room. Finally, he quietly walked in. In the secret room, a 9-dragon candle was burning. It was emitting a pure light, but this light was of no use to the two people in the room. One of them was unconscious, the other blind. Shimei, covered in bandages, sat on Chu Wanning's bed. He reached out and stroked Chu Wanning's face with his slender white fingers. He murmured softly, "Shizun." Chu Wanning did not wake up, so he did not respond. His cheeks were still burning. His soul split and merged into one. He endured the fragmented memories of Mo Rand, tormented in his dreams. Shimei's fingertips glowed with light. He touched the side of his neck. Spiritual power as gentle as water flowed through his body. "Are you feeling better?" Still, no one answered him. Shimei lowered his eyelashes. In fact, he also knew that Chu Wanning was still asleep. Otherwise, he would not have been able to muster the courage to enter the stone room and sit beside Chu Wanning. He was in a daze for a while. He seemed to be thinking about many things but also seemed to be thinking about nothing. In fact, before he entered the sect, when he was still very young, he had a long-cherished wish in his heart. For this long-cherished wish, any sacrifice was worth it. He was very clear about what his destiny was, so he never felt that he had made a mistake. But one day time and space were reversed. Another him in the mortal world suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw himself more than 10 years later. Putting aside the shock and fear, when he saw Hua Bainan for the first time as a teenager, the biggest feeling he had was, he did not know what had caused him to become like this. He was cold, cunning, frustrated, and staked everything on a single throw. But, for the common wish of the two of them, he finally agreed to Hua Bainan's request. Step by step, he finally got to where he was today. In these years, the two Shimei in the mortal world each had their own duties. The one who stayed by Mo Rant's side was always him, and the one behind the scenes was the other Mingjing who had transmigrated back. Just like the Emperor Ta and Grandmaster Mo were two different people, he and that Mingjing were not so similar. Because of their different experiences, that Mingjing was more like the cold-scale divine hand who was good at scheming, while he, in the torrent of time, became a secret chess piece on the divine hand's chessboard. Now that he thought about it, before Hua Bainan broke through time and space and appeared the life and death door, he could be considered a ruthless young man. But after he cooperated with Hua Bainan kept telling him, "You have to restrain yourself and learn to disguise yourself." When he was a teenager, he once quarreled with Hua Bainan because of this. "I've had enough. How long do you want me to pretend? You are gentle and kind, and you swallow your anger. I made up so many lies and cooperated with you from the inside. Who can remember?" When he returned from the Jincheng Lake with Mo Ran and the others, Hua Bainan was not satisfied with his performance in front of the heart-picking willow, so he scolded him. But he did not expect Shimei to have such a big reaction. He could not help but be startled. I'm just reminding you to be careful. Don't expose yourself. You make it sound so easy. He bit his lip. You asked me several times to confirm Mo Rant's feelings. When did I not do it? Do you know how disgusting it is to flatter someone you don't like? Hua Bainan seemed to not know how to answer for a moment. After a while he said, I've experienced all the things you've experienced. What right do you have to say that I don't know? But I haven't experienced all the things you've experienced. Since you came to this world, you've been telling me that what I do is wrong and what I do is right. You're experienced. For that purpose, I'm willing to listen to you and give up everything for it. But Hua Bainan. Shimei became more and more agitated as he spoke. He gasped for breath and his eyes were red. You better know that you have no right to criticize me. This was the first time he had such a big conflict with his younger self since he transmigrated. Hua Bainan's face was ashen. He pursed his lips and did not say anything. Shimei said, You failed in your world, so you came here through the crack in the gate of life and death left by Chu Wanning. You want to start all over again. But you have to be clear that I'm not your chess piece. I'm conspiring with you for our common purpose. Hua Bainan closed his eyes. You're thinking too much. No one treats you as a chess piece. Shimei was still very agitated. Forget it. Ever since you sensed that Mo Ran was reborn, I've been following your orders. I'm the one who's been keeping an eye on the dormant 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in his body for you. It's me. Ever since he first appeared in Wuchang town, you were in a hurry to have me meet him by chance. Later on, you asked me to bring some side dishes to test his intentions. Don't even mention those things where you asked me to deliberately drive a wedge between him and Chu Wanning. Shimei's peach blossom eyes stared at Hua Bainan's increasingly ugly expression. I'm about to throw up from all the acting. Even if I wasn't there, you would have done those things anyway. Hua Bainan gritted his teeth. Don't think that I'm forcing you. In my previous life I did those things too. Mo Ran is the host of the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower. Only by repeatedly checking his emotions can I find out the situation of the flower goo in his body. Do you think that I haven't suffered the same grievances that you've suffered? Seeing that Shimei did not immediately refute, Hua Bainan continued, In my previous life, I did almost the same thing as you. I've always been in disguise until the ghost world fell apart. I used my own death to stimulate the hatred in his heart. After that, I started my life anew as Hua Bainan. I've endured for so long. Why can't you bear it after just a short 1.5 years? Shimei suddenly raised his head. Do you still need to ask? You're fighting for yourself. What about me? Hua Bainan. What's the difference between you and me? There is a difference. If possible, I don't want to be controlled. Shimei stared at him for a while before spitting out the second half of the sentence. Even if it's the other me. However, it was difficult to do as one wished. Even if he was very dissatisfied, after the dispute that day, Shimei had no choice but to bow down to fate. After all, he was too young and had not experienced many unforeseen events. He knew clearly what he wanted in the end, so he would eventually compromise with his previous self. All these years, he listened to the other him in the mortal world. He lived more like a puppet than a precious chess piece. It would be a lie if he said that he was not tired of it. But every time the frustration in his heart accumulated to the extreme, he would constantly remind himself, for the sake of the big picture, this pain is nothing. When will this show end? This was the question he asked Hua Bainan most often. When will the heavens fall apart? And Hua Bainan's answer was like catching a carrot in front of a donkey. Soon. It will be sooner than in my previous life. Just like that, day after day he waited impatiently. When the gate to the world of spirits and souls finally opened, he thought that he could fake his death like he did in his previous life. But he did not expect that Chu Wanning would die in this battle. That night, the conflict between him and Hua Bainan broke out to an unprecedented level. In the disciples' room, Shimei smashed all the celadone bowls in front of him. His chest heaved violently. How do you expect me to pretend to be calm? Shizun is dead. You calculated and calculated, but did you see this coming? Hua Bainan's expression was extremely ugly. How can you blame me for this? If you want to blame someone, you should blame Mo Ran. He acted rashly. His fingers on the table clenched into fists, almost sinking into his palms. His voice suddenly became fierce. He killed Chu Wanning. Yes, it's him. Mei's eyes were red, but he tried his best not to cry. His mother had warned him since he was young that no matter what happened, he must not cry. Hua Bainan was the same. He killed Shizun. Then don't stop me. I'm going to kill him now. Hua Bainan suddenly looked up. Are you crazy? Oh. Mei breathed heavily and nodded. His eyes were full of provocation. You know the word crazy? Hua Bainan gritted his teeth. Protect Mo Ran, train him and control him. This is the key to our work. As for the rest, it's not something you should think about. See, that's it. Mei sneered and held his forehead. His eyes flashed with excitement. You're the cold scale divine hand. You can worship Grandmaster Chu with the other cultivators on the night of the lone moon. You can even curse Mo Ran as you wish. But what about me? What kind of nonsense are you talking to me about? Mei sat down on the chair. His expression was almost contemptuous. The first thing you told me when you came here today was to confirm as soon as possible whether the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran's body has completely lost its effect, and whether it can still be saved. He slowly raised his gaze and looked at Hua Bainan's pale face. He said sarcastically, You actually want me to confess to Mo Ran at this time? You're telling me that I can't let Chu Wanning replace my position in his heart? His words were as sharp as thorns, stabbing Hua Bainan and himself. He sneered. Between the two of us, who's the crazy one? Hua Bainan suddenly closed his eyes. His pupils rolled under his thin eyelids. Then he said, There's nothing I can do. Because of Chu Wanning's sacrifice in his past life, the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower in Mo Ran's body is already in danger. If it's completely destroyed, it'll be even more difficult to control Mo Ran when the time comes. So you're pushing all the tasks that shouldn't be done by humans to me, right? Mei couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly slapped the table and stood up. Shizun just left. Have you considered my feelings? You like him. Do you think I don't like him? After Mei said this, his voice couldn't help but tremble. The room was deathly silent. Finally, he sat down and put his hand on his forehead. His long eyelashes kept trembling under his palm. For a moment no one said anything. Outside the window the torrential rain poured down. Heaven and earth seemed to crack under the lightning and thunder. After a long time, Hua Bainan sighed softly. Anan, I'm sorry for what I did to you. Mei's reaction to this was only a stiff and cold sentence. Don't call me Anan. I'm different from you. Call me Mei or Mingjing. Chapter 274. Most likely people would change. Even if it was the same person at first, they would have the same appearance. However, because of various circumstances after 10 or 20 years, their temperament and circumstances would no longer be completely the same. In fact, when he had planted the curse on Mo Ran, Mei was also a person with a heart as cold as iron and a will as firm as steel. In his eyes, other than his own revenge and his own pursuit, there was no room for anything else. But at that time, when he looked at the actions of his other self in the mortal world, he asked himself in his heart. He suddenly wanted to know if Hua Bainan had ever felt the slightest bit uncomfortable in her heart, or if she had been cold to him for a moment. In the end, he still followed Hua Bainan's instructions. At this point in time he had no way to back down. He clearly knew that personal feelings would ruin his plans. There was nothing more important than stabilizing Mo Ran and protecting himself. In any case, he had been acting for so long and wearing a mask for so many years. He was disgusted to the bone and had become numb to it. Acting according to the circumstances, acting contrary to one's appearance, even if Chu Wanning died, it wouldn't change anything. He just carried the soul-guiding lamp given by Master Huizue and stood by the bridge of helplessness, not going anywhere. When he couldn't resolutely go through water and tread on fire for the person he loved, he couldn't help but feel envious. If only he could be like Shui Meng and Mo Ran, making decisions for his own life, or thinking that he could make decisions for his own life that would be good. However, fate didn't control him. He was like a scholar in a pear garden, unwillingly but silently managing the booklet in his hands that only he could complete. In the beginning, he seduced Mo Ran. Mo Ran smiled at him and said, "Sure Mei, I really like you." Later, he used Su Shuanglin. Su Shuanglin lazily tossed oranges and squinted his eyes. "I've been wandering my whole life. I didn't expect to meet a friend like you. Thank you for being willing to teach me the forbidden technique of rebirth. When that trash Luofenghua comes back to life, I'll definitely make him cook a bowl of tangyuan for you. You don't know, but his tangyuan is the best. I'm only willing to give it to you because I respect you." In the end, the dagger was revealed. It was the same as the worst-case scenario that he had discussed with Hua Bainan. He had no choice but to make some sacrifices of his own to distract his master and friends, so that the space-time door would open smoothly at that critical moment. He was a chess piece in his hands, but 10 years later when he came, he also became his chess piece. The feeling of being controlled was actually not good. It was not that he did not hate it, but the obsession in his heart was too strong, and his wish was too deep. He did not want to give up so easily. However, he really didn't know that the so-called small sacrifice referred to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people and the collapse of a mortal world. It was only after he opened the gate of life and death that he saw the cruel truth. This Shimingjing was not that Shimingjing after all. He didn't experience those 10 years, didn't experience those days of falling into enemy hands. At this moment he really couldn't understand his past self after 10 years. But there was no way to retreat. At this moment he was no more than an abandoned chess piece. Like all the black and white armors on the chessboard, he had lost his edge and was no longer in a position to be used. "Master." The dim light shone on his beautiful face. He was still calm and gentle. "Actually, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I was thinking that Mo Ran could start all over again and become a different person. I was thinking that if I could turn back, would I also make a different choice because of a single mistake?" The room was very quiet, and only his voice could be heard. "But now it's too late." Shirmei said, "I know that Master already hates me. Mo Ran also hates me, and young Master will no longer treat me as a friend. No matter whether I hesitated or not, I finally became like him." He put his hand on Chu Wanning's hot cheek and quietly gave him healing spiritual power. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Master," he said. "The only thing I'm thankful for is that I'm blind, so I don't have to see you hate me." After a pause, Shirmei smiled, and the room was filled with spring. "The last thing I saw was you guys feeling sorry for me. That's enough." He untied the immortal binding rope on Chu Wanning's hand, removed the forbidden spell on the bed, and then destroyed the spell on the stone door. After doing this, Shirmei turned around and slowly left the secret room. He walked far away and was swallowed by darkness. At the same time, in the Qi area of the Heavenly Music Parlor, the teacher, Mr. Ma, had just returned from the private school. He rubbed his sore shoulders and entered the room. As usual, he went to the kitchen to make a cup of 8 treasures tea. He pushed the door and entered. It was dark. Mr. Ma couldn't help but frown. He rubbed the lampstand and shouted, "Madam? So late, why didn't you even light a candle? You're..." With a clank, the fire knife and flint were polished. Mr. Ma was speechless and stood in the middle of the room in horror. He saw that all the servants in his house had been strangled to death, like a string of wind chimes hanging on the beam. His wife had been cut open, and her bloody intestines flowed all over the floor. Her eyes and mouth were open, and she turned her head in the direction of the door. Mr. Ma wanted to shout, but what came out of his mouth was a very vague and weak moan. After a while, he screamed with numbness in his scalp, and feces and urine flowed. Tsk. What's the noise?" A man came out of the inner room, holding a book of Shangshu in his hand. He scratched his neck with the book and yawned. "Haven't you seen a dead person? You. Mo. The man snapped his fingers and explained lazily, "The sound loss spell." What spell?" "The sound loss spell, you don't even know this." The man rolled his eyes. "I was reading the classics in your house, so I know it's not good to disturb the neighbor's rest in the middle of the night. Come, now you can shout as much as you want." If anyone can hear it, please blame me. Mr. Ma's face was as white as a ghost, and his legs were standing on both sides. He was usually very calm, so he had never seen such a bloody scene. He was already scared out of his wits, sweating all over. After a while, he said in a trembling voice, "Emma, you devil. Shouldn't you be at the Heavenly Sound Pavilion's execution field? You, Heavenly Sound Pavilion's execution field?" The man raised his eyes, which were so dark that they were almost purple, and smiled. "Yes, I went there to see it. Otherwise, how could I hear the teacher's opinion the day before yesterday?" As he spoke, he threw the book away, straightened his tall and straight body, and slowly walked toward the teacher. The candlelight shone on his handsome face. Who else could it be but the Emperor Ta? The Emperor Ta smiled brightly, and his dimples were deep. He actually bowed to the teacher. "I admire scholars the most in my life. It's rude of me to come here and kill your whole family. Greetings, teacher." This strange tone of voice, coupled with the people who had died in vain, was not something the Emperor Ta could handle. Even if the man surnamed Ma had 17 or 18 times more courage, he still wouldn't be able to do it. He fell to the ground with a thud and gasped for breath. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The Emperor Ta just smiled. He raised his hand, and a Mo sword appeared in his palm. He looked sideways at the teacher. "Yes. Don't kill me." Mr. Ma screamed and kept moving backward. "Don't kill me." As he moved backward, he bumped into something. He turned his head and saw his wife's open eyes. He cried out, "No, no, no. No, don't, please. Don't. Ah, ah, ah. Ah, ah." The response was a stab, which stabbed straight into his thigh and went straight to the ground. "Ah." The Emperor Ta narrowed his eyes and smiled kindly and sweetly. "Dare I ask, what's the difference between Liling and a prostitute?" What? Mr. Ma was stunned. He was in so much pain that he could not think. He just cried, "What? You said it yourself." The Emperor Ta said slowly, "Teacher once said it in front of the Tianyin Pavilion. Liling prostitutes, they are all people who do not know self-respect and have no sense of shame. These days there are actually people who speak for prostitutes. I didn't expect that in the upper cultivation world, the morality has fallen to such a low level." He imitated the tone of the teacher's speech, and his tone was calm and composed. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and sneered. He turned his handsome face. "Are you familiar with the memorization, teacher?" Mr. Ma finally had some vague consciousness in the midst of his shock. He remembered that these were the words he had said when he had attacked Mo Weiyu's mother. He hurriedly said with tears and snot, No, I'm confused. I'm confused." He swallowed his saliva, and his face was full of sweat. "A prostitute is a prostitute, Liling is Liling. No, it's not the same, it's not the same." "How is it not the same? I think what you said is very reasonable." The Emperor Ta walked over with a fake smile and raised his Mo sword again. "Speaking of which, my brain is not very good, and I always lack someone to guide me. Since you have such a clever tongue, why don't you give it to me, No. Grandmaster, please spare me. Please spare me," Mr. Ma said incoherently. He was sweating profusely. "Please, I beg you, great kindness, great benevolence." The treading celestial lord smiled. "What, Grandmaster? Do you have ears? You should call me your majesty." Your majesty?" Mr. Ma was stunned. But who cares, as long as he was alive he could call him father. Then he said, your majesty. Please spare me, your majesty. Please spare me, your majesty." The Emperor Ta squatted down, pinched his chin and said with a smile, "Hey. Moral model, let me ask you, is it me who is unscrupulous? Or is it you who is unscrupulous?" Me. It's me. But what was the use of sparing his life? The Emperor Ta exerted force in his palm, and in the midst of his pleas and cries, he broke his entire throat with a smile. After doing all this, the black-robed man looked around the room and confirmed with satisfaction that no one was alive. Then he stood up, wiped the blood off his hands, and pushed the door open to walk out of the courtyard. Outside, Hua Bai Nan was waiting for him. "Are you done venting?" More or less. Can you go back to the Tianyin pavilion with me to prepare? The Emperor Ta looked at him. Okay. Hua Bainan shook his head. I really don't know what to do with you. You want to be so calculative over such a small matter. I only said a few words about your mother. Do you have to? Then do you want me to say a few words about your mother? Hua Bainan's expression changed slightly. Finally, he turned his face away and did not answer. Let's go. Didn't you say that you would put Grandmaster Mo's heart back into my body when you get it tomorrow? Then what are you waiting for? I can't wait. As the Emperor Ta spoke, his robe flapped, and he strode towards the Tianyin pavilion. The golden light shone through the clouds and the sky soon brightened up. Accompanied by a horrified scream, the bodies of Mr. Ma's family were discovered by the neighbors who had woken up early. Such a murder case should have caused a big stir in Qi, but it did not. Because at this moment, there was an even more eye-catching sentence being carried out. On the execution platform of the Tianyin pavilion, torches were burning. The wax melted, giving off the fragrance of pine and cypress. 2 maids of the Tianyin pavilion in golden silk robes lit up the lampstands on both sides of the execution platform. Strangely enough, the guards of the Tianyin pavilion were all extraordinarily good-looking. The men were handsome, and the women were alluring. It was not known whether this was caused by the mantras of the Tianyin pavilion, or because Mu Yanli valued appearance when she took in disciples. Heaven and earth have their own wisdom. Good and evil will be rewarded. One by one the bestial bronze candles lit up. The flames were like bright red silk drifting and swaying. There were people everywhere. On the platform, below the platform, north, south, east and south. The execution platform was packed. Xue Meng sat on the seat at the peak of life and death, trembling slightly. In these 3 days, Xue Zhengyong had been begging people everywhere, but to no avail. Those cultivators believed in the fairness of the divine martial scale, but they were also afraid of Mo Weiyu, who controlled the exquisite chess game. He saved us. The people at the peak of life and death tirelessly tried to explain to everyone who could be persuaded. That day he scattered the spirit core to save us. If he was plotting something, why would he do this? But there were too many doubts about Mo Ran, so there were still no sects willing to stand on their side. Even Lone Moon Knight and the Treading Snow Palace remained neutral, remaining silent. The first forbidden art that had been lost for thousands of years suddenly reappeared. Compared to the first public hearing hall that had stood for thousands of years, only a fool would choose to believe the former. That was why Xue Zhengyong's running seemed so stupid, and the arguments of the peak of life and death seemed so weak and feeble. Xue Meng had vaguely thought, why don't we break into the prison? But he knew it was impossible. There were guards of the Tianyin pavilion everywhere, and there were also sect masters and disciples of other sections. Below the platform was a sea of people. Countless pairs of eyes were watching, and there was no way to escape. So, digging out the spirit core alive was still Mo Ran's end. The Tianyin pavilion will announce the punishment in 3 days. The punishment has been decided. Mu Yanli looked down at the endless sea of people solemnly and elegantly. She rang the bell in her hand. Bring the criminal Mo Ran. From the confessional to the execution platform, Mo Ran was being escorted. A person with a broken spirit core was being watched by dozens of disciples of the Tianyin pavilion. They were vultures, and he was going to die. Not many people could survive after digging out the spirit core alive. The vultures smelled blood and their eyes flashed. Mo Ran, who has committed a serious crime, will be punished by having his spirit core taken away at noon today. Mu Yanli's voice was clear and cold. There are 10 crimes, and I will announce them to the world. The rain had stopped, but the ground was still wet. Mo Ran stood in the puddle, and the shadows of the sky and clouds circled around his feet. He looked up and found Yu Wangxi in the crowd. He stared at her with his dark eyes, as if he was asking her a question. He wanted to ask if she had followed his instructions to the people at the peak of life and death. He wanted to ask if she was clear about the things that he couldn't let go of. Yu Wangxi nodded at him. Mo Ran's lips curled into a bright and gentle smile, and his eyes were shining. The weather was good. The rain stopped. First crime: slaughtering the people and disregarding human life. Mu Yanli's voice echoed in the Tianyin pavilion, solemn and dignified. Second crime: setting fire to the building to avenge a personal grievance. The incense in front of the Buddha burned, and the gods and Buddhas in the heavens were praying in the clouds, either angry or kind. They sat down and held their rings, looking down at the masses. All these years, Emoran didn't like to look at the sky. If there were really gods in the sky, he was afraid that he would be discovered because he had hidden sins and evil intentions in his eyes. But at this moment he finally relaxed. He looked up at the sky. The sunlight was like a wash, soaking his dark purple eyes into a light brown glaze, looking pure. He looked at the sky. The sky was sparse and clear, and even the clouds were light. Mu Yanli's voice was so distant. He closed his eyes. He didn't look at the peak of life and death, nor did he look at any of his old friends' faces. Sixth crime, secretly learning the forbidden arts, violating the great precepts. He suddenly thought of something, and there was some regret and affection between his eyebrows. Originally, he wanted to treat Chu Wanning well in this life. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Even the first time he had promised to have a real relationship with her ended in a mess. It ended in failure. He really wasn't a good person. He was a jinx, a god of plagues, and a lame joke. These two lives. He wanted to protect his mother, but he didn't succeed. He wanted to repay her kindness, but he didn't get what he wanted. When he was a child, he wanted to be a hero. Later, he wanted to be Master Shui's nephew. When he was at the end of the road, he sacrificed his heart to be the most cold-blooded and heartless Emperor Ta in the world. But it was all left unsettled. Emperor Ta. Emo Weiyu. Grandmaster Emo? His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his Adam's apple moved. In the end, he sighed with a sneer and regret that only he could hear. You are really the most ridiculous person in the world. With a sigh, he raised his head and gazed towards the sky. The wind ruffled his fine hair. He narrowed his eyes and then thought, where is Chu Wanning right now? Probably because he had received too much and used up all his fate. So in this life, in the end, he couldn't see her again. Pretty good. He narrowed his eyes and chuckled on the execution platform. At least, he didn't have to let Wanning see him in such a sorry state. The time is coming. Prepare for execution. A dignified chant sounded, and the horn was blown. It was as if a nightmare cast a shadow, as if the sound of prepare for execution came into the eardrum from thousands of miles away. In the secret chamber of Jiao Mountain, Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in shock. Emoran. The candlelight flickered. He gasped for breath and his clothes were soaked with sweat. He trembled slightly. Almost subconsciously, when he opened his mouth, he said the name that had troubled him for 2 lifetimes. Then his Adam's apple moved up and down, and his eyes were a little blank. He seemed to have seen the shadow of the knife just now, and a strong sense of fear rose in him. His heart was like a drum, and he didn't know why he was so frightened. Sitting on the couch, he rubbed his face hard with his palms. His sweat gradually cooled down, and he came back to his senses. Memories kept flashing in front of his eyes, but those memories didn't belong to him. Half of his soul had stayed in Emoran's body for too long, so when it returned to him, it actually brought with it many memories that belonged to Emoran. Those were swallowed by the 8 bitter everlasting hatred flower and abandoned. Important memories that even Emoran himself didn't remember. Chu Wanning saw it all. Chapter 275. He saw the child Emoran smiling brightly at his mother. He saw Duanihan stroking Emoran's head and saying, "You have to repay kindness, don't hold grudges." He saw Emoran holding the box of pastries that Shuemeng had given him. He ate them carefully, not wanting to waste a single crumb. He saw Emoran standing in front of the wine shop in Wuchang town, wearing the robes of a new disciple. He handed the crumbs of silver in his pocket to the owner with both hands. Then he smiled shyly and expectantly. "I want a pot of good pear blossom white. Can you give me a better-looking wine pot? I want to give it to my Shizun to try." All the memories appeared one after another. The warmest and most beautiful memories that had once been in Emoran's heart flashed through his mind like a lantern on a merry-go-round. In the images, Emoran was smiling all the time. From his childhood when he was hungry and cold to his youth before the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower flared up. But these memories were not many. Mo Ran had too little pure time in his life. The days when he could laugh to his heart's content could be counted on one hand. Chu Wanning looked at the objects that were flashing past one by one. Then everything settled down. Because their souls had been entangled for too long at this moment, he could clearly feel that before the everlasting regret flower was planted, Mo Ran actually liked him so much, respected him, attached to him, and loved him. Even though he did not like to smile and was even a little harsh when teaching magic, he still liked him. But he just liked it. He felt familiar and warm. He felt that this ice-cold master was actually a very, very good person deep down. Mo Ran actually liked him. At such a young age, he had liked him passionately and innocently. The memories in front of him continued to flow. Chu Wanning followed Mo Ran's memories and fell into a clear moonlit night. That night, a lone lamp was lit in the disciples' room at the peak of life and death. Mo Ran sat at the table, facing an open scroll and carefully sewing a white handkerchief in his hand. After sewing a few lines, he clumsily poked his fingertip. Blood dripped and stained the cloth. Mo Ran opened his eyes wide and then looked very depressed. He sighed. It's so hard. The white handkerchief was rolled up and thrown to the side. He took a new one and sewed it again. The candle was lit all night. After throwing away countless handkerchiefs, his hands and feet became more nimble. Slowly, the light red petals bloomed. 1 petal, 2, 5. Every petal was meticulously embroidered. Every petal was embroidered with sincerity. The young man clumsily sewed a piece of white handkerchief. With every stitch and thread, a begonia flower bloomed all year round. There was light in his eyes as he looked at the handkerchief. After the embroidery was done, it was actually very ugly. There were a lot of uneven places. It was obvious at a glance that this was the work of a novice. But Mo Ran was unable to contain his joy. He looked left and right excitedly and then threw the handkerchief up. The soft handkerchief floated in the air and landed on his face. Covered his face. He laughed under the handkerchief and blew on it. The corner of the begonia handkerchief was lifted, revealing his gentle eyes underneath. He looked at the flowing light. I'll give this to Shizun. He'll definitely like it. His heart was heavy with warmth. It was a warmth that the goo flower that was planted later could not tolerate and had to swallow. In the future, every time you use the handkerchief, you'll think of me. Mo Ran put the handkerchief in his chest. He imagined countless times that Chu Wanning would praise him and be happy. He only felt that the grass was long and the orioles were flying. He could not suppress his happiness. That night, he excitedly ran to Chu Wanning's room and found the man standing by the pond looking at the fish. Shizun. He excitedly ran over. His face was full of radiance. Chu Wanning turned around and was a little surprised. Why are you here? Chu, it was cold. He came out in a hurry and did not wear a cloak. Before the youth could speak, he sneezed first. Chu Wanning said, What's the rush? You forgot to put on a coat? Mo Ran rubbed his nose and grinned. I can't wait. I have something. If I don't give it to Shizun, I won't be able to sleep. What is it? A gift for Shizun. As he spoke, he carefully took out the folded handkerchief from his chest. When he was about to give it to Shizun, he suddenly became timid and his face turned red. Actually, it's not worth much. It's not very good. After thinking about it, he simply hid the handkerchief behind him. The tips of his feet uneasily stepped on the ground. Chu Wanning. What did you buy? The youth's ears were completely red. He blushed and said, I didn't buy it. I don't have money. Chu Wanning was stunned. You made it yourself? Mo Ran lowered his head. His eyelashes were like clouds. He quietly said yes. Without waiting for Chu Wanning to answer, he hurriedly said, Forget it. It's actually very, very, very ugly. After saying it again and again, he still felt that it was not enough. When he gathered his courage and looked at Chu Wanning again, he forcefully added, Very, very ugly. Chu Wanning still remembered how he felt at that time. In fact, he was surprised and pleasantly surprised. He had never received a gift personally made by someone else. But he was too embarrassed to show it. He was also too embarrassed to smile. He could only tighten his face, afraid that this new disciple would see the sweetness in his heart. He lightly coughed and deliberated before saying, "Then since it's already made, no matter how ugly it is, you should at least let me see it?" In the end, Mo Ran still took out the handkerchief. He wanted to present it with both hands, but he felt that the handkerchief was already wrinkled from all that fuss. He hurriedly tried to smooth it out. Just as his face was burning red, a slender hand reached over and took the handkerchief that had embarrassed him to death. All the turmoil and chaos of war thus ceased. Mo Ran was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but say, "Shizun, it's really ugly." At that time, Chu Wanning had not yet developed feelings for Mo Ran. He only remembered that pair of shiny black eyes, dripping wet, like rain on a flower. It was very beautiful. Sometimes it was as fast as lightning. Sometimes it was as slow as dripping water. Chu Wanning was the latter. His heart was penetrated by the youth's tenderness. At that time he didn't know how intense it was, but it was enough to last him. When he suddenly woke up, this tenderness had become a quagmire. He was deeply trapped in it. From then on, it was hard to extricate himself. Is it a handkerchief? A white handkerchief made of natural silk. The side was embroidered with begonia flowers. The needlework was delicate and firm. It was somewhat cute. Chu Wanning's empty heart was suddenly touched. There was a spring in the valley. Falling flowers floated on the spring. He looked at the handkerchief. For a long time he didn't know what to say. This was the first time he had received such a gift. The person who gave the gift saw that he didn't say anything and thought that he didn't like it. He stuttered as he explained, I embroidered it according to the drawing in the book. Actually this kind of handkerchief is sold in town. It's not expensive. The embroidery, it's much better than mine." In the end, he was a bit anxious and wanted to ask for the handkerchief back. However, Chu Wanning was a step faster than him. She had already put it back into her robe. Outrageous! How can you give a gift for apprenticeship and ask for it back? The wrinkled handkerchief and Mo Ran's temperature were indeed ugly. In Wuchang town, one could buy 8 pieces of the same design for 10 copper coins. But he felt that it was precious and didn't want to return it. So it became the first gift that Mo Ran gave to Chu Wanning in his life. After being hit by the Gu curse, whether it was this memory or this handkerchief, Mo Weiyu had forgotten everything. Chu Wanning was shy and not good with words. He didn't specifically mention it. But when he saw that Mo Ran was more and more attentive to Shirmei, following him everywhere and giving him at least 80 if not 100 things, he became more and more silent. He didn't want to let Mo Ran see this handkerchief so easily. That was something that Mo Ran casually gave to him, and he treasured it. He remembered the fusion of the Earth Soul brought back the past. Things like this, one by one, Chu Wanning slowly remembered. He got up, more angry, more anxious, more sad, more painful than ever. His hands were trembling. He finally knew the truth. He knew the whole story. In fact, it wasn't just his wrong childhood. It wasn't just Shirmei's bewitchment. It was far more than that. But these most important memories were suppressed by Shirmei's curse. 20 years, 2 lifetimes, no one knew what this was like in the beginning. Until today. The truth. These were the final truths. There was no one to stop him on Jiao Mountain. Chu Wanning couldn't care about anything else. He ran like crazy from the foot of the mountain. He went to the nearest village and asked about Mo Ran's whereabouts. That Grandmaster Mo? The villagers didn't know Chu Wanning's identity. They said in a rough voice, "What Grandmaster? He's just a beast with 2 faces. 2 faces, beast, sinner tyrant." His vision was dizzy, and he felt as if he had been drowned in 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, the celestial treading monarch was grinning at him ferociously, and in this life, Mo Weiyu was smiling at him. That's not true. The truth was not like this. Chu Wanning asked with a pale face, "Where is he?" "Tianyin Pavilion." The villager said, "Everyone in the upper cultivation world and lower cultivation world knows that this person has committed a heinous crime. Today, he will be stripped of his spirit nucleus and receive the punishment he deserves." It was as if a mountain rock had cracked, shaking his head. "When is the execution?" Chu Wanning asked too anxiously. His phoenix eyes flashed with light, scaring the villager. I can't remember clearly. I think it's noon? Noon. He looked at the sundial beside the sunscreen, and his expression suddenly changed. The rising dragon talisman broke through the air, setting off strong winds and waves. Chu Wanning ordered the paper dragon to take him to Qi land. At first, the paper dragon wanted to argue with its master, but it was shocked to find that Chu Wanning's eyes were watery. The little paper dragon was stunned. "What happened to you? Help me." It had never seen Chu Wanning like this before. It didn't know what to do and only said, "I've never not helped you. Oh, don't cry." Chu Wanning gritted his teeth. He was ruthless, but he was an empty shell. The truth was that the worm had bitten his spine. "I'm not crying. Take me to Tianyin Pavilion, it'll be too late." "What are you going to do there?" "Save someone." He couldn't stop trembling. He didn't want to cry, but tears still fell. Chu Wanning wiped his red eyes. "Save a person who was wrongly judged. If there's someone in this world who deserves to have his spirit core dug out and be cursed by thousands of people, it shouldn't be him." Chu Wanning said hoarsely, "I want to clear his name." The paper dragon didn't ask any more questions. It carried him and turned into a giant dragon with towering horns. It roared and soared into the sky. The wind shook the mountains, and for a moment its beard fluttered. The cold fog shattered, and it soared in the moist sea of clouds. Chu Wanning sat beside its dragon horns. A strong airflow brushed past his face. It was so cold above the ninth heaven that the blood on his fingertips seemed to be frozen solid. He looked in front of him, looking at the layers of clouds, the layers of mountains, and the rivers that flowed endlessly. Everything in the world seemed like yesterday as it flashed past below him. In fact, from the moment he woke up, he was crazy, numb, and fragmented. Now that he had calmed down, he was completely immersed in the sorrow of the past. He curled up on the dragon and slowly buried his face in his palms. The wind was very strong and it blew past his ears. They wanted to interrogate Mo Ran. They wanted to cut open his heart and break his spirit core. Heinous and unpardonable, deserving of 10,000 deaths. It wasn't. The wind was so loud that it was enough to cover all the happiness, anger, and sadness of all mortals. The sky was high and the clouds were broad. Chu Wanning finally cried in the wind. "These two lives, be it the Emperor Ta or Master Mo, it shouldn't have been like this." Mo Ran was right about one thing. The bow under the Tower of Babel was wrong from the beginning. The sun was rising, and the copper pot outside the heavenly music parlor had reached a certain mark. The female official struck the bell and shouted, "It's noon." Yake was startled. "Execute." She climbed onto the torture rack and was bound with the celestial rope. She took off her outer robe and opened her lapel. Mu Yanli's expression was cold. Holding her divine dagger, she walked forward and stood in front of Mo Ran. "Today I will punish you. I hope you will repent." Her lips opened and closed as she recited the ancient chant of the heavenly music parlor. The heavenly music is vast and mighty. The son of the heavenly music must not have emotions. The heavenly music is faint and cannot be blasphemed. The heavenly music is compassionate and respects all living beings. She lowered her eyes and bowed to Mo Ran. It was to send him off. Then she unsheathed the dagger. Sparks flew, the divine weapon buzzed, and golden feathers scattered. The light of the dagger reflected in her eyes, but there was no emotion in them. Some people below covered their eyes, some stretched their necks, some closed their eyes and sighed, and some clapped and cheered. There were all kinds of people, but that was it. All right, the heavenly punishment of spirit core dissection. She raised the dagger and blood splattered everywhere. Dead silence. Then, someone on the stage shouted, "Brother!" Bright red blood flowed out, and the divine marshal entered his chest. Mo Ran opened his eyes. At first he didn't feel anything. Then, he stiffly lowered his head and looked at the hideous flesh of his heart. His lips opened and closed, and the pain began to explode like fireworks. In front of him, light and shadow were boiling intensely. Cough, cough. Blood gushed out from his mouth, dripping with the smell of iron. Heaven and earth were vast and mighty, turning into a sea of red. But it was wrong, it was all wrong. Chu Wanning flew on the dragon, getting closer and closer to the Qi ground. He used to think that Mo Ran was indifferent to him and played the world, but that was because of resentment. He used to think that Mo Ran had gradually forgotten the initial gentleness between them after being punished and reprimanded again and again. Actually, that was not the case. Those memories were trapped in Mo Ran's soul. He saw it. Chu Wanning saw Mo Ran's deepest heart. Under the suppression of the 8-bitter everlasting hatred flower, it was the deep friendship of the past. That year, Mo Ran was still so young and pure. He still had a warm and healthy heart, beating under his chest. That year, he saw his new master standing by the window of the painted wood pavilion. He turned his face to him and said, Mo Ran, come here. In front of him was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I heard from the Lord that you still don't know how to write your own name. Pick up the brush, I'll teach you. He taught him. His voice was light, like the apricot flowers outside the window, blooming out of the world. The Lord gave you the name Weiyu, which is the opposite of your name. I'll write it once, look carefully. So the master wrote horizontally, vertically, and curved, while the little disciple stood at the side and learned. I wrote one more dot. I wrote one less dot this time. He taught the 2 words 5 times before he could barely write them correctly, but it was as ugly as a ghost's handwriting. Chu Wanning had never seen such a stupid disciple. He could not help but feel a little depressed. Is it very difficult? It was not difficult. But at that time, Mo Ran did not dare to tell him that it was because he looked too good when he looked down. He was insatiable and wanted more, so he deliberately wrote one more stroke and one less stroke. He wanted to teach him again. So difficult. Chu Wanning stared at him. Look carefully, don't laugh. Mo Ran pursed his lips and smiled. He was genuinely distressed. Then Shizun, write it again and teach me again. He really liked the moment when he lowered his head. His phoenix eyes slanted. As long as Chu Wanning held his hand and taught him, he could hear the sound of begonia blooming outside the window. The enchantment of the execution platform was high, and no one could stop the judgment of heaven. The divine martial dagger was sharp enough to cut through metal, and it could understand the master's thoughts. Mu Yanli looked indifferent, as if she could not hear Mo Ran's heavy breathing. See, that person's face was as pale as a corpse, and see the veins on Mo Ran's forehead bulging and the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. She only carried out the judgment of the divine martial scale. She dug out the spiritual nucleus. The dagger pierced into the heart and quickly moved through the flesh. When she found the fragments of the spiritual nucleus, she gathered strength and pulled them out. The dagger was sharp, and it was inevitable that it would cut into the flesh. She did not care at all. She threw the flesh and the shimmering fragments into the silver plate held by the attendant beside her. The healing female cultivator immediately came forward and stopped the surging blood. She pressed against the convulsing heart, so that he would not die. The scale's judgment was to dig out the spiritual nucleus, so the heavenly sound pavilion would protect him. At least he would not die on the platform or during the execution process. They kept him awake in case he could not tell whether he was unconscious or dying from the pain. Mo Ran watched as his heart was cut open again and again, and the fragments were found. Then it was temporarily suppressed and healed. Again and again. Xue Meng had already broken down. He was howling, buried his face in his palms, and tears fell like rain. Brother. He was in so much pain that his soul was blurred, and his veins were bulging. But he actually felt liberated. Every time Mu Yanli's dagger fell, piercing his heart and digging out the fragments, he felt that the sins of his previous life, and the blood on his hands, had faded a little. Would he be forgiven after the pain was over? Would he be able to return to the past after cutting out the remnants? But where was the past? If he returned to the Tongtian Tower and became a disciple, he would still be a fake master at the peak of life and death, and his mother would have starved to death. That happiness would still be an illusion. If he were to return to the woodshed of his childhood, when it was just him and Duan Yihan relying on each other, he was afraid that due to a combination of circumstances, he wouldn't be able to meet Chu Wanning again. This happiness would also turn into regret. He looked back on the past. At this moment he could not find a point in his 2 lives where he could truly start anew with a clear conscience. He could not find a period of truly carefree days with clothes, food, and warmth, even if it was just one day. His 2 lives for more than 40 years did not have a single night of peace. Mu Yanli's dagger was still buried deep in his flesh, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. He knew that his soul was filthy, and his sins were unforgivable. The heavens would come and go, and judgment would always come. But at this moment he suddenly felt a little sour. He wanted a mother, a master, a younger brother, an uncle and an aunt. He wanted a family. However, he was probably too greedy to want so much. So in the end he had nothing. The happiness he knew, the warmth he had, in the end were all fake. He could not fight against water in a basket, sand in a palm. He used everything to make up for it, but he could not get anything. He stood beside the long river of life, hugging his small wet basket. He squatted down, but the basket was empty. He stared blankly at the surging river and the passing of time. In fact, from the beginning he only had this small basket and he held it. In the net, a dream that was bound to shatter. Chapter 276. The execution ground was solemn. The fragments of Mo Rant's spirit cores were dug out one after another, piece by piece. He endured with all his might. Paying for his crimes was one thing, but showing weakness was another. He did not want to cry out in front of Mu Yanli. He was like a rock. The pain was too deep, and the sea of bitterness floated. Suddenly he heard a voice exploding in his head like spring thunder. Mo ran. Impossible, how could it be? How could it be him? It must be because he was in too much pain that he was hallucinating and his consciousness was blurred. Mo ran. The surroundings gradually became noisy, as if someone was crying out in alarm. A strong wind blew in the sky, and Mu Yanli's hand also stopped. Mo Ran trembled and used all his strength to raise his head. He saw his god riding a dragon and swooping down from the sky. He saw his god's white robe fluttering like a banished immortal. As he got closer, the face beside the towering dragon horn became clear. Mo Ran's heart suddenly throbbed in pain, more painful than being stabbed by a knife. He saw his god crying. Chu Wanning was crying. Master. The wound on his chest was bleeding. Mo Ran struggled to get up, and the ring clinked. Chu Wanning jumped down from the giant dragon. The moment he landed in front of the enchantment of the execution platform, the paper torch dragon turned into a dazzling golden light and returned to the talisman. Yu Heng. Master. Elder Yu Heng. Everyone on the platform of the peak of life and death stood up, and the people of the other sects were also shocked. Even the commoners were shocked. Is this the rumored Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable? It's Mo Rant's master. Didn't they say that they had cut off all ties? Chu Wanning's eyes were originally red, but when he saw the blood and spirit core fragments on the silver plate, he collapsed. His throat was hoarse and he wanted to say something, but before he could, he choked. You can't do this to him. There was an uproar. What is he saying? Is he crazy? Mo Ran is a psychopathic murderer. Every sentence was like a sharp knife cutting into Chu Wanning's heart. Every accusation was like an awl sinking into Chu Wanning's chest. It was extremely painful. Chu Wanning looked at the man inside the Heavenly Music Pavilion's barrier. The man's black eyes were moist as he stared at him silently. It was the man who had his heart cut open and his spirit core damaged. That man who didn't know that he had been wronged when he was being condemned by thousands of people. So silly. Chu Wanning's lips quivered as his entire body trembled. He placed his hand on the transparent barrier of the Heavenly Music Parlor and sobbed, The judgment was wrong. The judgment was wrong. Don't stab him with a dagger, stab me. Stab me. Everyone said that the Emperor Ta was heartless and that Mo Weiyu was unfaithful. In his previous life, everyone condemned him in speech and in writing, hoping that he would die. In this life he was uneasy day and night, unable to escape the condemnation in his heart. But who would know the truth? Mu Yanli seemed to be anxious. After the initial shock, she immediately raised the dagger. The tip of the dagger was dripping with blood. Mo Ran muttered, Don't look. With a splat, the dagger pierced his heart again. Blood spurted out. Chu Wanning's pupils suddenly shrank. After a long while, his hoarse voice exploded. No! Golden light flashed and strong winds surged. Heaven's Inquisition responded and struck down with his whip. The dozens of high-level disciples maintaining the barrier of the Heavenly Music Parlor could not withstand this blow. They all vomited blood and knelt on the ground. The barrier collapsed in an instant. In a dazzling light, Chu Wanning held his sparking divine martial art and rushed straight to the center of the execution platform. Someone is trying to break the prisoner. Chu Wanning is trying to break the prisoner. Mu Yanli immediately put the spirit core fragments in the hard disk into her Qinkuan bag. She turned her head and ordered sternly, "Stop him." "Yes, Master." The golden waves of the heavenly music parlor surged forward and collided fiercely with Chu Wanning's spiritual current. The cultivators on the spectator stand were stunned. They had never seen Chu Wanning like this, crazy and sorrowful. He no longer had reason. Seeing that Chu Wanning was getting closer and closer, Mu Yanli cursed in a low voice. Her eyes flashed with coldness. In the end, she gouged out a piece of the broken spirit core and put it into her Qinkuan bag. Then, her robe fluttered and she turned around to fight Chu Wanning. "Grandmaster Chu, are you really going to save him? Think carefully. If you take this step, you will be cursed for thousands of years. Both you and him will have to bear the consequences." The sword light illuminated Mu Yanli's almond eyes. She stared at him. Heaven's inquisition strangled Mu Yanli's dagger. In an instant, flowing light flew everywhere. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said, "Then let me accompany him. The official history is neat and tidy, and the heroes are all recorded. But I only want to be with you. Lying in the tyrant's legend or rotting on the murderous demon's list, it's all good. I don't want future generations to worship me as a god and you as a ghost when they talk about us. I don't want future generations to write about us turning against each other and becoming enemies. If I can't clear your name, Mo Ran, Mo Weiyu Emperor Ta, I'm willing to be cursed with you for thousands of years. Hell is too cold. Mo Ran, I'll accompany you." As the clouds gathered, the dazzling light and shadow dazzled everyone. The people on and off the stage were even more shocked. In the chaos, only a clang could be heard. Clang! Heaven's inquisition suddenly broke the chains that bound Mo Ran. Mo Ran immediately knelt on the ground and fell into Chu Wanning's warm embrace. His blood dyed his white clothes red in an instant. Mo Ran, who had not cried from the beginning, who had not choked even when his chest was cut open and his heart dug out, finally collapsed at this moment. His hands trembled as he raised them, then dropped them. He wanted to hug Chu Wanning so much, but he also wanted to push Chu Wanning away so much. He fervently hoped that Chu Wanning would never be separated from him, but he also deeply desired that everything about Chu Wanning was good, that he would always be clean, and that he had nothing to do with his own filth, so he didn't know whether to hug or to separate. His hands trembled for a long time before he finally carefully held onto Chu Wanning's back. Mo Ran cried. He said, "Shizun, why don't you blame me? Why do you still want to save me?" Chu Wanning only felt his heart ache terribly. He hugged the person in his arms tightly, no longer caring about the gazes of the people around him. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say first. "I'm so dirty. I'll dirty you too," Mo Ran said softly. His words were thick with the smell of blood. The more he cried, the sadder he became. This man who never showed weakness in front of others was no longer in Chu Wanning's arms. "But I'm also afraid that you won't want me anymore. If even you don't want me anymore, I really don't know where to go." What was broken was clearly Mo Ran's spiritual core, but what was pierced was Mo Ran's heart. But at this time, Chu Wanning actually felt that his heart was also spasming, as if it was being torn apart by 1,000 cuts. It turned out that every muscle and bone was tightly connected. A large group of cultivators from the heavenly music parlor surrounded them, heavily surrounding them and forcing them step by step. Chu Wanning's white clothes were stained with blood. He held Heaven's Inquisition in one hand and Mo Ran in the other. There were many black and white, right and wrong in the world, and it was actually not easy to explain clearly. There were too many self-righteous people who believed themselves to be righteous. There were also many who had ulterior motives and schemes. Therefore, Chu Zi hugged the sand, Miluo wept. Wu Mu was wronged, and Feng Feng was left with hatred. They could still be cleared of their crimes, but what about the other young people with loyal hearts? Not every injustice could be revealed, and there were also people who were black to the end, and never had the chance to overturn the case. Chu Wanning hugged Mo Ran and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I won't abandon you. Master, I'll always be with you, live or die, I'll bring you home." Without the healing spell, Mo Ran's consciousness became more and more dizzy, and his heart became more and more painful. But when he heard this, his whole body shook. Then, his lips opened and closed, and tears rolled down, but he smiled. "You treat me so well, my basket is full. I'm very happy." He paused, and his voice gradually faded away. "Master, I'm so sleepy. I'm cold." Chu Wanning's body trembled imperceptibly. She tightened her grip on Mo Ran's arm and continuously sent her spiritual energy into his body, but it was useless. Just like in his previous life on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the Emperor Ta hugged him, who was about to die, and tried to save his life. It was useless. Chu Wanning was very anxious. His phoenix eyes were wet and red, and tears rolled down silently. But he still touched his hair, turned his face, and kissed his wet and cold forehead. He said hoarsely, "Don't sleep, tell me what basket?" The faces of those who surrounded him were full of vigilance, disdain, coldness, vigilance, disgust, and disgust. But so what? Nothing was important anymore. Reputation, dignity, life. For 2 lifetimes he saw Mo Ran fall into the abyss, but he was helpless. He only felt so painful and felt that he was such a failure. He had come too late. Mo ran softly, his consciousness was fading. More and more blood flowed out, and his body was getting colder and colder. He said softly, "I only have a small basket. The small basket has a hole, it's empty. I've been fishing for a long time." He subconsciously wanted to curl up. His pale lips trembled, and he whimpered, "Master, my heart hurts so much. Please hug me, I beg you." Chu Wanning's heart ached like it was being twisted, and he kept saying, "I'll hug you, it won't hurt, it won't hurt." But Mo Ran could no longer hear. Mo Ran's consciousness was already in chaos. It was all in chaos. Like the helpless child in the woodshed many years ago, who did not have enough food and clothing. Like the child in the mass grave, who knelt beside his mother's rotting corpse and cried bitterly. Like the Emperor Ta, who could never return to the past. Like the lonely figure under the Tower of Babel. Like Grandmaster Mo, who walked alone with his sword and waited for him to come back. Like the man curled up on the bed in the heavy rain and wet his pillow. "I'm in so much pain. It's really painful, Master. Have I paid back all of it? Am I clean now?" More and more blurred. "Master." In the end, the innocent boy, the young man, the demon, the tyrant, and the little disciple choked, and slowly, his voice was like clouds and smoke. "It's dark, I'm so scared. I want to go home." Chu Wanning had been listening to him, and at this moment, he was already sobbing silently. Mo Ran, why were you so stupid? What payback, what clean? I'm the one who owes you. No one knows the truth, and even your own memory has been erased. But I finally know that you were only my disciple for a few months, but you used 2 lifetimes to protect me. You carried all the curses, accusations, misunderstandings, and slander. You were forced to become crazy, bloodthirsty, and dirty. If it weren't for you, the person kneeling on this confession altar today would be me. And the person whose heart would be dug out would also be me. It was the Emperor Ta who used his soul to protect Wanya Yuheng. From then on, he would fall into darkness forever. And he would stay in the light forever. It was all wrong. At this moment, the elites of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion finally broke through the air like cheetahs that had been circling for a long time. Their sharp claws tore through the air, and more than 100 people pounced on them. The golden light of Heaven's Inquisition was so intense that it was pale, so white that it was dazzling. Kill them. Stop them. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. They were surrounded by enemies, and the sound of killing shook the sky. The surrounding people attacked together. In the sword shadows and bloodlight, Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he lowered one hand and opened his 5 fingers. In an instant, a strong wind rolled up, and he shouted sternly, "Huaisha summon!" Chapter 277. With this shout, the murderous blade with golden light was summoned, and its murderous aura filled the sky. Everyone's expression changed, and the high-level disciples of the heavenly music parlor also took a step back in fear. However, they braced themselves and shouted, "Don't retreat, don't make a mistake. How can such a disaster be left alive?" We must eliminate the source of the trouble. Both sides were like arrows on the bowstring, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Do it. The voice was like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, and in an instant there was an uproar. Spells and sharp blades slashed toward the center of the execution ground from all directions, and Chu Wanning held Huaisha in his hand, blocking the attacks with golden light. With his own strength, he faced the cultivators who were rushing toward him like a tide. The sword aura and the blood in his eyes reflected each other, making his face look like an azura. He protected Mo Ran with a sword, with his flesh, with his life, and with his innocence from now on. No one listened to his explanation, and no one was willing to give two trapped beasts a way out. There was no hope, no redemption, no trust, no light. In the end, they only had each other left. Mo Ran, bear with it and I'll take you away. Suddenly, a spell hit Chu Wanning's arm, and in an instant blood gushed out, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. However, Chu Wanning only bit her lower lip before she suddenly swung her sword. Get out of the way! The cultivators on the execution ground exclaimed. Get out of the way! Huaisha had an earth-shattering momentum, and the sword made a loud bang. Sand and stones were everywhere, and the sword aura crisscrossed, cutting several bottomless trenches on the ground. Mu Yanli's voice was sharp. Chu Wanning, do you still have the heavenly Tao in your eyes? Seeing that he ignored her, Mu Yanli became angrier and shouted, do you want to openly go against the god's heir and go against the will of heaven? Someone in the audience also shouted, North Star Celestial Venerable, stop. Do you want to be a criminal in the cultivation world? Under Huaisha's explosive baleful aura, no one could immediately take half a step forward. Chu Wanning finally turned half of his face and glanced at the cultivators of the heavenly music parlor, then said, I already am. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and carried the dying Mo Ran on his shoulder. He put the badly mutilated man on his shoulder and said in a hoarse voice, Don't be afraid, it's all over. Let's go home. I'll take you home. However, when he looked ahead, what lay before him was a bloody path filled with corpses. He had killed the cultivators of the heavenly music parlor. Behind the severed bodies, more red-eyed men of sacrifice were creeping up. Where's home? They had nowhere else to go. Hell was the only place they could go. In the end, he didn't know how many people he had killed before he was finally able to escape. When he brought Mo Ran out of the 9 heavens on his sword, his entire body was trembling slightly. He had never taken so many innocent lives before. At this moment, his body was stained with Mo Ran's blood, his own blood, and the blood of the men of sacrifice of the heavenly music pavilion. It was dirty. It was dirty to the bone. It couldn't be washed away. Clouds gathered and dispersed before his eyes. Heaven and earth were at a loss. Where should he go? Jiao Mountain was definitely out of the question. Dragon Blood Mountain was no longer safe. The peak of life and death. How could he have the face to drag down the peak of life and death? Master. Hearing this hoarse groan, Chu Wanning suddenly turned around. What he saw was Mo Ran's pale face. You send me back. What nonsense are you spouting? However, Mo Ran only shook his head. You've already come to find me. You didn't abandon me. He forced himself to squeeze out a smile, even though the light in his eyes was already somewhat unfocused. That's enough. I have a home. That's enough. Send me back, send me back. You still have a way out. His voice grew softer and softer, and his eyelashes gradually drooped. However, he still grabbed Chu Wanning's sleeve and kept muttering, You still have a way out. No. Chu Wanning's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He clasped Mo Ran's ice-cold hand and pulled him into his embrace. I don't have a way out. I won't go anywhere. I'll stay with you. If it was before, Mo Ran would definitely be overjoyed to hear Chu Wanning say these words to him. However, when he heard these words right now, he was actually at a loss and didn't know what to do. He raised his hand, but even with all his strength, he only managed to raise it slightly. Large puddles of blood had already dyed his clothes red. Mo Ran finally lost consciousness and fell into Chu Wanning's embrace. Chu Wanning hugged the body that was getting weaker and weaker. He couldn't endure it any longer. He wasn't sure if they had shaken off their pursuers, and he didn't know how long it would take for them to catch up. He brought Mo ran to a nearby hill. His hands were trembling so much that he had to try several times before he carelessly pulled open Mo ran's clothes. There was a bloody hole in his heart. His mind exploded with a buzzing sound. He didn't even dare to look at Mo ran's face at this moment. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Mo ran had guarded his body for 2 years. During those 2 years, how would he feel? Don't go, Mo ran. Chu Wanning's hands overlapped in front of Mo ran's wound, continuously transferring spirit energy to him. The blood-soaked Chu Wanning guarded Mo ran, who was also covered in blood, like a wild beast that had been skinned alive by a hunter but hadn't died yet. In the afterglow of the end of the world, blood melted into blood, and flesh wrapped around flesh. You can't go, it's not your fault. It was never your fault. Mo ran. Ink was darkness, burning was light. He had been searching for light all his life, but he couldn't escape from the darkness of the night. Chu Wanning finally mustered up the courage to look at Mo ran's face. With just one look, he almost collapsed. That face no longer had any trace of a living person. It was frighteningly white and covered in blood. There were even old mottled scars on his brow bone. Those were the marks of being hit by rocks. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He fell in front of Mo ran and cried out loud. His heart was in pain. Was this the youth who had once pestered him under the Tower of Babel, saying, Immortal monarch, please pay attention to me? Why? Is there blood everywhere? Why? Is he no longer angry, and there are no traces of laughter on his face? I can't recognize him. So what did Mo Wei do wrong? His whole life he had to suffer such pain and torment. Maybe it was because he had no relatives and no one to rely on, so even fate had to humiliate him. In the crevice of life he tried so hard to put on a smile, but in the end it was still seen as a disgusting face by the world. Who knew that the decay of the steppes was also in the 4th month of Zhongfangfei? Oh! Chu Wanning. All of a sudden, a familiar voice rang out coldly from a place not too far away. In order to save him, you didn't hesitate to ruin your good name? Chu Wanning froze and suddenly looked up. He saw a tall figure against the sun, slowly walking towards him. The Emperor Ta stood in the forest, narrowing his eyes and looking at them carefully. I thought that the most important thing to you in this world was your innocence, he said slowly. I didn't expect that you would dirty yourself for him in the end. He walked closer step by step. The black embroidery of the dragon shone under the sun, and the red pheasant with the black and gold ripples finally stopped in front of them. Almost instinctively, Chu Wanning suddenly stood up. The golden light in his palm suddenly appeared, and Heaven's Inquisition was summoned. He stood between Mo ran's previous life and this life. The monarch of celestial treading's eyes moved. He first glanced at the willow vines that were glowing with golden light. Then he calmly looked back at Chu Wanning. At this moment this man looked like he was fished out of blood. There was not a single piece of clothing on his body that was clean. His pair of phoenix eyes were wet, and he was looking at him with a complicated expression. The Emperor Ta sneered. Is he that important to you? Seeing that Chu Wanning didn't answer, the Emperor Ta said coldly, Get out of the way. Chu Wanning didn't move. At this moment his mind was in a mess, but he still knew that the Mo ran in front of him was just a weapon. A body with flesh and blood. The cold smile on the body's mouth became more and more cruel. Why do you think that I can't do anything to you if you just stand there like this? Oh, I want to take him away. Where are you going? Just this one sentence was like a sharp knife into the shell of a clam. The Emperor Ta's eyes flashed with ridicule. Chu Wanning, ask yourself, in this vast world, except for me, who is willing to take you in? Where else can you go? Oh, take him away? Don't be ridiculous. He stepped forward and moved as fast as lightning. Suddenly, he pinched Chu Wanning's chin and approached her. The last bit of spiritual nucleus in his body that hasn't been completely removed is mine. You are mine too. You better know your place. Suddenly a golden light burst out. The Emperor Ta retracted his hand in time, but he still felt a burning pain on his cheek. With a casual swipe of his hand, a hideous wound appeared on the side of his ear where Heaven's Inquisition had struck him. Black blood flowed down his face. The Emperor Ta was silent for a long time, and then he raised his eyelids. The expression on his face was hard to tell whether it was anger or joy. His nose was wrinkled, and his emotions and face were almost twisted. Good, very good. He laughed out loud and waved his sleeve. His black robe fluttered like the clouds. I didn't expect that after so long. I can still fight with Tianwen again. He raised his slender fingers and touched his cheek, wiping away the blood. The Emperor Ta stared at Chu Wanning's face with dark eyes. I miss it very much. Mo Rant's life behind him was hanging by a thread. The longer he delayed, the more likely he would be unable to save the situation. Even if Chu Wanning's mind was in a mess, he knew that he couldn't talk to the Emperor Ta too much. 1,000 coffin. The Emperor Ta cursed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, thousands of cracks appeared on the ground. Countless thick willow vines rushed out from the depths of the ground and stabbed towards him. Meanwhile, some thin and soft vines wrapped around the unconscious Grandmaster Mo, protecting him in the depths of the willow branches. The Emperor Ta looked at Chu Wanning, who was standing in the middle of the array. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Why do you treat me so differently? Tianwen wind. His question only got more violent attacks. The blade-like wind swept across the sky. It would be a lie to say that there was no resentment. The Emperor Ta stared at the disheveled man on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a long-lost sadness in his heart. It was in this moment of distraction that the wind blade cut into his abdomen. He felt a sudden pain and looked down to see black blood flowing out of the hideous wound. He hurt him again. Whether it was in the last life or this life, Chu Wanning had never put him in his eyes. The Emperor Ta's throat suddenly became dry. The smile that he pretended to be calm suddenly tightened. He raised his hand and shouted, "Summon no return." What happened in the green field and the red bridge? The Emperor did not return for a year. But what if the Emperor returned? The Emperor returned. Didn't he still have to face him with his sword? Didn't he want his blood and his life for stupid reasons? Suddenly he was full of hatred. The sword of no return and Tianwen collided. The two divine weapons roared like dragons and tigers. 2 lives. 2 lives had passed since the last life and death battle between these two weapons. The engravings on the hilt of the sword of no return had long been worn out, just like the past between the Emperor Ta and the Northern Dipper Immortal. The golden brilliance and the dark green light tore at each other. It was as if they hated each other to the bone. In this flickering light, the Emperor Ta stared at the face in front of him. It was mottled with blood and had a complicated expression. It was alive. The violence in his heart was so intense that it was burning painfully. He clenched his teeth and suddenly asked unwillingly, "Why do you want to fight with me again for him even though it's clearly me?" Chu Wanning didn't know what to say. Facing a body, no matter what he said, it was useless. But he didn't know if it was because the light was too dazzling and made people hallucinate. For a moment, he felt that the Emperor Ta's eyes were so painful and lonely. It was as if his eyes were wet. "You will feel bad if he is hurt like this. What about me?" the celestial treading monarch said with a hoarse voice. He tried his best to be ruthless, but his unwillingness was too strong. He wanted nothing more than to burn this unwillingness into ashes. However, when the fire burned, the flames made his eyes turn red. "Chu Wanning, do you know how I felt when I saw you in the Red Lotus Pavilion after I came back to life and saw that not even your bones were left?" Chu Wanning was stunned. And the Emperor Ta, who finally couldn't help but say this sentence, closed his eyes, and the muscles on his face were tight. Resentment, humiliation, pain, and madness made him almost crazy. He suddenly poured all his spiritual power into no return. Then a loud bang was heard. The mountains collapsed and the earth shook. The surrounding plants were crushed into powder by the fierce spiritual current in an instant. The willow vines couldn't withstand the fury of no return and disintegrated into ashes. Almost 10 years. Among the scattered ashes, only the eyes of the celestial monarch of treading immortals were clear. His eyes were scarlet. 10 years, Chu Wanning. He was reborn in the past, leaving me to be awakened at the peak of life and death, in the hall of Mount Wu. In these 10 years, I know about your happiness in the letters, I know about his great achievements. What about me? What about me? The blade suddenly fell, sand and stones flew. and the ground cracked into a bottomless pit. I was only one person from the beginning to the end. When he started over again, I didn't even have a trace of his ashes. The Modeo slashed. Chu Wanning withdrew Heaven's Inquisition and faced it with Huaisha. But it was this killing blade that made the Emperor Ta more and more violent. At this moment he was like a ghost returning from hell, full of resentment. Chu Wanning couldn't help but feel apprehensive at the look in his eyes. Oh, how could a corpse have such strong emotions? Why do you treat me like this? The flames burned the trees, and the falling leaves were still stained with the fire. The edges were black, and the sparks were bright. The Emperor Ta was dressed in black. He suddenly withdrew his strength and swept back, standing in the bleak leaves and withered plants. Chu Wanning didn't know why he suddenly retreated, but he saw him close his eyes. The two thick and dark eyelashes pressed on his pale face. The Emperor Ta murmured, "Why do you treat me like this?" When his voice fell, the ground faintly rumbled. Chu Wanning's face suddenly changed, and he immediately turned his head. Mo ran. Just as he was about to turn around and stand in front of the unconscious Mo ran, he heard 5 bone-chilling words. The Emperor Ta said, "Hell? 10,000 coffins." It was earth-shattering. Chu Wanning's blood turned cold. Willow vines. Willow vines. The Emperor Ta and Mo Weiyu were the same person. Mo Weiyu could summon no return. The Emperor Ta could also summon no return. Hell! Thick vines rose from the ground, breaking out of the ground and wrapping around Chu Wanning's limbs. Another part of the willow vines cut open the already damaged Heaven's Inquisition and wrapped around Mo Ran, who was protected by Heaven's Inquisition. Seeing this, Chu Wanning's heart burned with anxiety. Stop! No one paid attention to him. The Emperor Ta flew in front of Mo Ran and coldly looked at the vines, at the face that was exactly the same as his. His gaze shifted downwards and landed on his chest, which was already badly mutilated. Chu Wanning shouted, "Heaven's Inquisition?" But Heaven's Inquisition and Hell's Inquisition were of the same level of divine martial arts. The Emperor Ta didn't even raise his head. He just stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. The newly emerging golden willow vines and the red Hell's Inquisition were entangled. Chu Wanning's lips were pale, and the veins in his hands were bulging. He tried his best to break free from Hell's Inquisition with his own flesh and blood. The Emperor Ta finally turned his eyes and looked at him with a complicated expression. His thin lips opened and closed, and he sighed softly. "Chu Wanning, you really feel sorry for him." After that, he suddenly raised his hand and pierced Mo Ran's chest. As long as he had the last fragment of his spiritual nucleus, he would be able to return to normal. He was the real Emperor Ta, the real Mo Weiyu, the one who endured 10 years of loneliness and deserved to get what he wanted. He deserved to be alive. Bang! However, right at that moment, a golden light flashed past and directly pierced through the celestial treading monarch's palm. Black blood dripped down. The Emperor Ta stared at his palm that was pierced by the Heaven's Inquisition, his face expressionless. Pain? Disappointment? Anger? He had experienced it too many times in his life, so he was probably used to it. The last thing he did was to slowly turn his head and look at the man who was tightly bound by Hell's Inquisition. He was still panting, and his eyes were filled with stubbornness. The celestial treading monarch allowed his palm to bleed as he stared at him with a profound and indifferent gaze. Then he suddenly smiled. "Chu Wanning, why don't you just dig out my heart?" Chu Wanning was trembling. Hell's Inquisition seemed to have grown thousands of tiny thorns, piercing every inch of his muscles and bones. He frowned, and under his eyelashes, his eyes were filled with pain. The Emperor Ta looked at him, and channeled his spiritual power into his palm to cut off the willow vine. At this moment, he was suddenly not in a hurry to dig out Mo Ran's heart. He walked step by step towards Chu Wanning. As he walked closer, he used his bleeding hand to touch Chu Wanning's pale face. "I'm asking you." He seemed to be playing it down but also seemed to hate him to the core. "If you're so cruel, why don't you just dig out my heart? What am I in your eyes?" The Emperor Ta sighed softly and closed his eyes. Chu Wanning would not answer him. The Emperor Ta was about to say something, but at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the willow vine wrapped around Chu Wanning was emitting a dazzling red light. He suddenly froze as if he thought of something and murmured interrogation. Since Hell's Inquisition was the same as Heaven's Inquisition, then Hell's Inquisition should be the same as Hell's Inquisition. The Emperor Ta's dark purple eyes suddenly lit up. He really wanted to use Hell's Inquisition to verify the truth from Chu Wanning's mouth. His lips moved, but he probably didn't know what to say, so he pursed his lips again. After a while he tried to say cough. If. The question seemed to be too embarrassing, but this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If he didn't ask, he might regret it for the rest of his life. He hesitated for a long time, and then with a cold face, he slowly finished his sentence without looking at Chu Wanning's eyes. If in the previous life, I left early before you. The light of Hell's Inquisition was getting brighter and brighter, forcing the rapt person to be ready to tell the truth at any time. The Emperor Ta raised his eyes. Will you remember me too? This man was too eager to know the answer, so Chu Wanning felt like thousands of steel needles were stabbing into his body, and every needle was trying to force the truth out of his heart. He trembled, his muscles and bones were cold and his face was pale. The Emperor Ta stared at him without blinking. His thin lips slightly opened, and he was thinking deeply. Will you? The pain was so deep that it seemed to tear his internal organs apart. Chu Wanning, who was cornered, raised his eyes and looked at the Emperor Ta dizzily. In the moist water vapor, that handsome face was so familiar. It was filled with longing, and even a hint of affection. It was like that moonlit night a long time ago, above the tide on Flying Flower Island, when Mo ran and he were riding on the flying sword. He held his hand and said, I like you, what about you? His eyes were suddenly wet. Chu Wanning was almost in a daze and he whispered hoarsely, the same. Maybe it was because his voice was too soft, or maybe it was because of other reasons. The celestial treading monarch leaned even closer, almost touching Chu Wanning's face, which was already drenched in sweat and pale. What's the same? The same. His eyelashes drooped and when they overlapped it was warm and fuzzy. I won't let you leave before me. I'm sorry. His voice was hoarse and out of tune like a broken suan. I didn't protect you well. The celestial treading monarch was stunned. His face, which was already pale, became even more desolate in an instant. His eardrums rumbled like thunder, and he couldn't help but think of that person who fell into his arms by the heavenly lake in Tianshan Mountain, gently poking his forehead with her blood-stained hand. That person said, I'm the one who hurt you, and I won't blame you in life or death. His heart suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if something inside had cracked open. Oh, Wanning. He stood there stiffly like a wooden statue. He reached out his hand again, but this time he didn't frown. He didn't even know why, but he just reached out his hand, wanting to touch the face that was so similar to the one in his previous life. A cold, blood-stained face. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced his eardrums. The Emperor Ta's fingers that were about to touch his face froze. For a corpse, the eyes that carried too many emotions suddenly became empty and lost. The Emperor Ta's arms hung down. After the whistle, he seemed to have lost his self-awareness, slowly stepped back, and then waved his hand to remove all the weapons. Whether it was not going back in the previous life or seeing ghosts in this life, it all disappeared. Chu Wanning fell into the mud and dust. When she looked up, she saw a man dressed in white standing in the distance. The man wore a mask. He held a jade flute in one hand and a staff in the other. The man stood at the end of the forest, among the falling bamboo leaves. His figure was like a lotus flower, standing quietly, leading the Emperor Ta in his direction. You are. Take Grandmaster Mo away. The man sighed softly. His voice was obviously distorted by the voice-changing spell. I can't hold on for long, he will regain his consciousness soon. Let's go, the man said. Tianyin Pavilion and Hua Bainan will catch up soon. If we are caught by them, nothing can change. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth, got up and helped Mo ran up. He activated the Rising Dragon Talisman and called the Azure Dragon to carry them away. Before the dragon leaped, he turned to look at the man standing in the depths of the bamboo forest, but found that the man had to touch the ground with the cane to move forward. He vaguely connected some past events in his mind, but he could not figure out why. Oh, thank you. The man just shook his head and urged, let's go. The paper dragon knew Chu Wanning's heart, so it spoke at this time. Little brother, you are kind. My master wants to ask for your name. Fate allows it, you can come and thank him. The man was silent for a while, and then said softly, me? The trees rustled, and his voice sounded hollow in the midst of all the noise. I am just a person who is finally free. The paper dragon wanted to ask more, but Chu Wanning knew that this person would not reveal his identity. He bowed to the man, patted the dragon and said, let's go. Since he had spoken, the paper dragon also knew the severity of the situation, so it didn't say anything more. Suddenly it soared into the sky and soared into the sky, disappearing into the white clouds without a trace. The wind blew, and the man in white stood quietly in the same place for a while. He raised his head, and when the wind died down and the surroundings returned to silence, he looked at the sky that he could no longer see, and the back that he could no longer see clearly, and said in a low voice, Disciple Shirmei respectfully sends you off, master. The sun shone down and fell on his plain clothes. There is a long way to go, master. Take care. Chapter 278. These days, both the upper and lower cultivation worlds were abuzz with the news that the execution ground of the heavenly music parlor, which had been established for thousands of years, was robbed for the first time. And the person who rescued the prisoner was the world's #1 great guru, Chu Wanning. He killed 11 elites of the heavenly music parlor, injured hundreds, and left with Mo Weiyu. Some people said that Chu Wanning was crazy, while others said that Chu Wanning was the same as Mo Weiyu, a beast in human clothing. There were also some people who were close enough to see the details and said angrily that there was something wrong with the relationship between Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. There was something fishy between them and it was very dirty. But no matter what people said, Chu Wanning and Mo Weiyu did not appear in Jianghu again. No one knew where they were. The world's most upright great guru took away the world's most dangerous evil spirit. And then they disappeared without a trace. The wooden window was half open, and the fine snow was like crisp. Outside the curtain, there were traces of moss and green, and 4 or 5 flowers fell. 4 days had passed since the incident at the heavenly music parlor. The outside world was already in chaos and there were all kinds of comments. Only in this empty mountain was there some peace. Suddenly, someone came out from the depths of the forest and walked into the painting on the window frame. He was holding a large oil paper umbrella and holding a bundle of firewood. He pushed open the door and entered. It was very cold in the room. He piled the firewood by the fire pit and added a few pieces of wood into the furnace to light up the weak flames. This place had been in disrepair for a long time, and no one had lived here for a long time. Although it was roughly cleaned up, there was still a musty smell in the air. For this reason, he specially picked a white plum with dew and put it at the head of the bed. Chu Wanning sat down and looked at the man lying on the narrow bed. It was the 4th day, and he still did not wake up. After escaping from the Emperor Ta that day, he used the spells he had learned in his previous life and the spiritual energy he had not used in this life to keep Mo Ran alive. However, after such a long time, Mo Ran was still in a daze. His life was hanging by a thread, and his spirit core could no longer be repaired. This house was built by my master when he was traveling. It's been too long since someone has lived in it, so there's always some smell. Chu Wanning looked at his face intently. I know you don't like incense, but you don't hate flowers. I brought a branch of wintersweet. It should last for a long time. Mo Ran lay there, his eyelashes drooping. His sleeping appearance was very quiet and peaceful, a rare tranquility in his life. For the past few days, Mo Ran had been sleeping quietly like this. After Chu Wanning was done with his work, he would stay by his side and talk to him. In the past, when the two of them were together, Mo Ran would always talk a lot while he listened from the side. Who would have thought that one day the speaker and the listener would be reversed? The barriers outside have been reinforced, and the forbidden spells have been set up. No one will find this place. Chu Wanning said. The firewood and food have also been brought back. There won't be anything else for a while. After a pause he sighed. Why are you still not waking up? As he spoke, he reached out his hand and touched Mo Ran's hair. The pond fire swayed. He sat by the bed and waited for a long time. He waited until the shadow on the ground moved with the sunlight, but the person still didn't open her eyes. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and sighed softly. Since you still want to sleep, then sleep. I'll continue the story I told you yesterday. I'm sorry, you said you like to listen to bedtime stories, but I don't know how to tell you anything. So, I can only tell you what we went through before. He lowered his eyelashes and was silent for a while, then said gently. Where did I go yesterday? Let me think. Oh right, I talked about how I found out that you were cursed in your previous life and wanted to help you get rid of it. Chu Wanning said, but the roots of the 8 distresses are too deep. No matter what I did, it was useless. In this life I finally got rid of it, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He touched the back of Mo Ran's cold hand. It was always so cold. He held Mo Ran's hand like this, softly saying this and that to him. In the past, because of their schemes and personalities, there were many things that they never talked about openly. As a result, due to a combination of factors, they became strangers. Chu Wanning regretted it very much. What would have happened if he had been more honest? Would everything have changed? Would he have found out that Mo Ran was poisoned earlier? Would he have been able to turn back? You've been reborn, and you've always wanted to atone for your sins. Chu Wanning closed his eyes and sighed. In the end, his voice froze and he could barely speak. But do you still remember how you were poisoned by the 8 distresses? Think about it. Mo Ran, think about it. You never owed me. From the beginning I owed you. I beg you, wake up. If you can wake up, if you can recall those lost memories, you will know. The truth of all this started 7 years ago, on that rainy night when I was in seclusion. That was the moment when his and Mo Ran's fate changed. It was a day in his life that he didn't value. That day, the Red Lotus Pavilion was swaying in the wind and rain. The rainwater flowed rapidly from the roof tiles, and thunder roared and lightning flashed, but he couldn't hear it. Chu Wanning's spirit core was weak. That year it was time for it to be repaired. In order to let the disciples by his side feel at ease, he cast the sound-concealing spell on himself before he went into seclusion. Then, he sat cross-legged in the pavilion, and his divine sense entered the great void. So he couldn't see the tense situation in front of him. That day, in front of him, in the midst of the thunderstorm, in the Red Lotus Pavilion, Mo Ran and Shirmei stared at each other. Mo Ran's face was pale, while Shirmei's expression was malicious. A truth that Chu Wanning didn't know before slowly unfolded in the rain that night. During that seclusion, Mo Ran, who had just entered the sect, felt wronged because of the flower-picking incident. He said that he couldn't serve his master well, and didn't want to accompany him. But how could a young man's words be taken seriously? After 2 nights, Mo Ran still remembered kindness and not hatred. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and went to the Red Lotus Pavilion alone, wanting to replace Shirmei. But he didn't expect that because of this strange combination of circumstances, he would encounter a conspiracy that would change his life. Shirmei was using the goo on Chu Wanning. Bewilderment, shock, fear, anger, disappointment. In an instant, his internal organs were burned through. He rushed forward and snatched the sharp blade from Shirmei's hand. He shouted like a wild beast, "What are you doing?" Shi Jing was only surprised for a moment, and then his pair of gentle and beautiful peach blossom eyes squinted. He smiled. I was wondering who it was. Now that the Red Lotus Pavilion has so many barriers, only us 3 disciples and the sect leader can enter. Be it the young master or the sect leader, it will be troublesome if anyone comes. Fortunately, it's you. Mo Ran ran anxiously. He panted, his thin body blocking in front of Chu Wanning. The night wind blew his clothes and hair. He stared at Shirmei's face. Why are you taking advantage of Master's seclusion? At that time, Mo Ran couldn't believe that the gentle senior Ming Jing had a second demonic face. Who are you? Shirmei laughed. Mo Ran is so cute, of course I'm your senior Ming Jing. Who else could I be? He looked at the way Mo Ran protected Chu Wanning. A new disciple so insignificant, overestimating himself. It was like a lame joke. Didn't you say that you hate Master and don't want to see him again? Because Shirimo had a card up his sleeve, He teased him and mocked him. When I gave you the wontons, you said that you hated Master, this vicious and merciless person. Why did you change your mind in just 2 days and come find him again? If I didn't find him, who knows what you would have done today? Mo Ran was both resentful and sad. Sure Mingjing, to think that I thought you were good at that time. To think that I believed you. Aya, you're so easy to coax, who's to blame? Sure Mei laughed. A bowl of wontons and a few gentle words were enough to trick you. In fact, you're just a dog that no one wants. You'll follow whoever gives you a bone. Why are you staring at me like that? How was it? Was the wontons delicious? Mo Ran's teeth were cold. His black eyes were wet and cold in the night. After a while, his Adam's apple moved. Sure Mingjing. Your heart is actually black. Sure Mei was still smiling. A black heart is a heart that's been poisoned by a goo. A heart that's sick. My heart isn't sick or hurt, so it's naturally red like you and Master right now. He paused for a moment. His delicate white fingers twirled, and an extremely beautiful flower appeared at the tip of his finger. The flower was still budding, but it hadn't opened yet. The edges of the black petals flashed with silver light. Sure Mei held the flower and sniffed it. Flowers and beauties full of grace, but danger lurked everywhere. It made people shudder. Mo Ran muttered, "What exactly are you going to do?" Sure Mei raised his eyes. His long eyelashes and his peach blossom eyes were rippling and smiling. He seemed to be in a good mood actually. It's useless to explain it to you. I just need to cast a spell. And you'll soon forget everything that happened tonight. You won't remember anything. The black flower pressed down on his Shalonian-like fingers. However, seeing that we're from the same sect, it's not like I can't tell you. Sure Mei said, "This is a flower bud that my mother gave birth to. It's the 8 distresses everlasting regret flower that I painstakingly cultivated. If no one appreciates it, it will disappear from the world. I feel that it's lacking some flavor." 8 distresses? Everlasting regret? Shitty, there are 8 distresses in life, and also everlasting regret in death. In this world, there's a type of flower left behind by the demon race. It's extremely difficult for mortals to cultivate, and it's called the 8 distresses everlasting regret. Sure Mei's voice was gentle. This kind of flower needs to drink human blood when it's young. After it blooms, it needs to take root in people's hearts, absorbing kindness and warmth, and nurturing evil and hatred. As he spoke, he intimately stroked the black petals. In this world, no matter how good a person is, as long as there's a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, the 8 distresses everlasting regret will nurture him. Gradually, he will become a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. A faint light flashed in his eyes like the scales of a snake. His peach blossom eyes turned and stared at Chu Wanning, who was meditating. Mo Ran trembled in fear. You want to plant the everlasting regret flower in Shizun's heart? Why are you so surprised? Sure Mei smiled. He's the world's #1 great grandmaster. Tell me, if he becomes a demon, how powerful will he be? Are you crazy? How can you bear to? He's cold-blooded and inhumane. Didn't you say so? Sure Mei said indifferently. I'll turn him into the person you hate the most. Shitty, from now on you can justifiably hate him. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Mo Ran's scalp felt like it was going to explode. His spine was numb because of the friction. You. Ridiculous. Those were my words in a moment of anger. I don't hate him. Hurry up and put it down. Don't harm him like this. Sure Mei was interested. Why? He was so good. The table in the Red Lotus Pavilion was filled with his blueprints. Whether it was the mecha or the weapons, he never did it for himself. He was always worried about the safety of others. He was pure and clean like the first snowfall in the early winter sky. Although he was very strict and sometimes inhumane, he would hold his hand over and over again and teach him how to read and write. He would accompany him to practice martial arts from day to night. He was willing to accept him. From now on, Mo Weiyu was no longer alone. He only had fake family and happiness. From now on, he had a real identity. Chu Wanning's disciple. You can't harm him? Mo Ran said anxiously. He wanted to wake up his Shizun, but he didn't know what to do. He could only stubbornly stand in front of Chu Wanning. He can't become an evil spirit. He's so good. If you make him kill, he'll be sad. He didn't know how to express the intense grief and anger in his heart. He could only use the simplest, most simple, and even incoherent words to persuade him. It was as if he hadn't learned any spells in time, and could only use his thin and weak body to resist. Making a good person kill was an extremely painful thing. He had already felt it deeply in his bones during the fire in Drunken Jade Pavilion. Shirmei looked at him, only to find it indescribably funny. Sad? When the time comes and he becomes that kind of person, he won't be sad. Ran, you don't have to worry about this. But why do you have to do this? Why do you have to hurt him? Shirmei didn't answer immediately this time. He lowered his eyelashes, paused for a moment, and then said indifferently, because I also have something I have to do. I need the strongest power to be used by me. Shirmei pursed his lips. You won't understand. The young Ran was almost using his pitiful strength to persuade this unfathomable senior brother in front of him. You should know what kind of person Shizun is. Even if you treat him like this and grind away all the kindness in his heart, turning him into a murderous demon, he won't only listen to you and be used by you. You can't do it. How do you know I can't do it? Shirmei chuckled. Oh, I forgot to tell you. In this 8-bitter everlasting hatred flower, I merged half of my soul. As long as the flower blooms in your heart, you'll slowly fall in love with me. For the rest of your life you won't be able to undo it. Ran was terrified. You're crazy. Shirmei slowly closed in on them. The curtain of night was polished by thunder and lightning, and the rumbling sound of thunder echoed, illuminating Shirmei's devastatingly beautiful face. Like you said, he's so good. Why can't he be used by me and become one of my people? So what if he becomes a demon? When the time comes, he'll only listen to me and be infatuated with me. Wouldn't that be wonderful? He knew that Chu Wanning wouldn't wake up at this moment, and wouldn't hear the conversation between the two of them. Therefore he wasn't afraid at all. He said calmly, Shidi, move to the side. Do you think that someone who has just cultivated the embryonic form of a spirit core like you can fight against me? Ran was practically gnashing his teeth. I won't move. Shirmei only smiled. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had already swept behind Ran like a ghost. His hand was already hovering in the air above Chu Wanning's crown, holding the black flower that was about to bloom. Ran, do you know how much effort I put into cultivating this 8 distresses everlasting hatred? I painstakingly waited for the day Shizun went into seclusion. He lowered his body, his cheek almost touching Chu Wanning's side profile. He's about to become my blade, my puppet, and my person. What can you do to stop him? The flower fell. His fate was about to change. Suddenly, he heard the youth's stern voice and tried to stop him. Don't touch him. You're really funny. Shirmei gradually lost his patience. Do you know? Let me do it. The rest of his words were cut off between his lips. A clap of thunder broke through the sky, and flames and lightning tore through the curtain of night. Shirmei narrowed his eyes and asked, what? Ran's entire body was trembling. He had only been in the sect for a short time, and the number of spells he had learned was pitifully small. He was destined to not be able to stop Shirmei, and he didn't know how to wake Chu Wanning up. He was unarmed and he had no expertise. All he had was his flesh and blood, so he could only say, let me do it. Shirmei was silent for a while, and then he sneered, do you know what you're saying? I know. The 8 distresses everlasting hatred flower is the result of my mother's painstaking efforts, and I'm the one who crushed the spirit to cultivate it. Shirmei straightened up and stared at Ran's face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy? His fingers clenched into fists. After a while he suddenly raised his head. I may not be worthy, but I'm much more suitable than Shizun. Shirmei's eyes flickered a little. What do you mean? You said this flower will stimulate hatred in a person's heart. But what if that person's heart is clean and doesn't harbor the slightest bit of resentment? Shirmei was silent for a while, and then he laughed. That's impossible. Everyone has hatred in their heart. and even the Northern Dipper Celestial Master is no exception. However, his hand was stroking the petals of the everlasting hatred flower, and a sense of irritation gradually grew in his heart. Emo Ran was right. In fact, he had been thinking about whether Chu Wanning could become the breeding ground for the everlasting hatred flower. What if this person did not harbor the slightest bit of resentment in his heart? It would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate another flower. Furthermore, it was too painful to split one's soul, and he did not want to experience it a second time. Emo Ran saw that he was hesitating, so he stepped forward. After so many years, have you ever seen Shizun hate anyone? You said that the everlasting hatred flower will devour the kindness and warmth in one's heart. These things may not be everything to ordinary people, but you should understand Shizun better than I do. The rain was getting heavier, and the trees were bleak. Mingjing, aren't you afraid that he will gradually lose all his memories and forget all the good things? Aren't you afraid that someone will find out? Shimei suddenly narrowed his eyes. His eyes were dark as if a snake was flicking its tongue. Emo Ran walked closer to him step by step. His heart was beating like a drum, louder than the rain. I don't know what you want to do, but if you want to sacrifice someone, let me do it. I have hatred in my heart and it can grow. I don't have too many pure and good memories. Even if I gradually lose them, it won't be easy for others to find out. Emo Ran was trying his best to persuade the executioner to put the blade to his neck. I can't do anything now, but Shizun and Uncle said that I have a high innate talent and sufficient spiritual power. I can do it. He trembled slightly, and his nails dug into his palms, but he still insisted on speaking. I can replace him and become the sharp blade and weapon you want. I can replace him and become the murderous demon you want to create. Shimei. He finally stood in front of Mingjing. Lightning flashed and a sudden gust of wind blew, causing the rain to sway into the pavilion. Waves of coldness came one after another. Let me do it. Maybe it was because he hit the nail on the head, or maybe it was because Shimei wasn't sure whether Chu Wanning could make the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower take effect, or maybe it was because Emo Ran's spiritual power back then was really unprecedented. The time he took to form the spiritual core was even faster than the gods' favored one, Shui Meng. It was so fast that it made people jealous. In any case, after Shimei weighed the pros and cons in the end, it was the black bud that was about to bloom that finally entered Emo Ran's heart. After doing all this, Shimei sat next to the stone table, supporting his head with his hands, and his eyes slightly lost in thought. He didn't understand why. Why would Emo Ran help Chu Wanning take this calamity in his life? With his life, soul, future, and dignity. They clearly only had a master and disciple relationship of less than a year. He didn't understand. Shimei watched as the black stamen entered Emo Ran's chest. It was such a soft petal, but it was like a steel needle that could penetrate a person's flesh, piercing deep into the heart. During this process, Emo Ran endured and didn't make a sound. When the stamen was like some kind of strange insect with strange tentacles, it fiercely drilled into his heart. Finally, Emo Ran whimpered and knelt on the ground. The youth trembled in front of him, and Shimei just sat there quietly. His jade arms were shining, and he was high and mighty as he watched Emo Ran spasm and vomit blood in front of him. Is it very painful? Cough cough. Shimei was interested, but his eyes were still gentle. How painful. I've never used this kind of curse on anyone before. I'm really curious, my good junior brother. What does it feel like to have the everlasting regret flower pierce through your heart? His eyes were like spring water, flowing through Emo Ran's body section by section, and finally fell on Emo Ran's pale knuckles. Emo Ran's fingers unconsciously dug into the ground. The tips of his fingers were scraped, and there were streaks of blood. Is it more painful than having your heart dug out? Emo Ran didn't answer him. The pain was real, but it was much better than the pain in the mass grave outside Lini City that year. It was much better than watching his loved one die in front of him. It was much better than digging up the sand and burying his own flesh and blood. Back then, I couldn't protect my mother. Now I can protect my master. He murmured as his eyes were unfocused. Those best memories were fading away little by little. Those pure and clean pasts were disappearing little by little. Those few pitiful beautiful memories flashed in front of his eyes. A bowl of hot soup that someone gave to him and his mother as alms. An old farmer was willing to invite them into the house on a snowy night to warm up and rest by the fire. A child who was also begging for food shared half of a meat pie with him. Duan Ihan held his hand and led him across the long autumn embankment where dragonflies fluttered. There was no hatred, no bitterness, no unwillingness, no nervousness, no hostility. Everything was peaceful. It was the purest of beauty. He saw himself carefully embroidering begonia handkerchiefs under the lanterns. He saw himself sitting at the stone table with his chin resting on his hands, smiling as he watched his master eat mooncakes. He saw himself drinking under the moon and bringing pear wine to his master for the first time. These memories were going to fade away from his mind. He wouldn't remember them anymore. From now on, hatred would breed, and the gentle memories of the past would change. From now on, the passion in his heart would be extinguished, and there would be no more fire. The spring water in his eyes would freeze, condensing into ice. From now on, he would go against his mother's last words. Duan Ihan said, "Repay your kindness, don't hold grudges." He couldn't do it anymore. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he gritted his teeth and endured the tearing pain in his organs. He tried to stand up shakily. He staggered, but he couldn't stand. He knelt and crawled. In the end, he was in so much pain that his soul was trembling, but he still crawled to Chu Wanning. "Master!" He shivered and struggled in a ridiculous way, wriggling. Shirmei thought he wanted to do something, but in the end, he found that the boy was just doing his best, using the last of his passion and gratitude to kowtow. Tears flowed out. "Master, I will soon disappoint you." The night rain fell. "Very soon. I won't remember your kindness. I won't be able to properly learn magic from you anymore. You'll hate me, hate me." He was crying, recounting the last words he said before he lost his conscience. But Chu Wanning couldn't hear him. He was right in front of him, but he couldn't hear anything. "I'm sorry, I plucked the flower that day because I wanted to give it to you. Master, I came here today because I wanted to apologize to you when you woke up, and tell you everything in my heart." His voice was so hoarse that it seemed to be gouged out from his throat and flesh. "Master, thank you for not despising me and being willing to accept me. I'm really. His heart suddenly tightened, and his eyes were filled with blood. That was the sign that the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower was beginning to take root, and also the sign that the love spell was beginning to take effect. His forehead hit the ground heavily, crushing the ground. He was sobbing. "I really like you very much." Shirmei sighed softly. His expression seemed to be amused, but also seemed to be sympathetic. However, whether it was pity or amusement, they were all faint. Nothing could enter his heart. He finally walked over and held Mo Rant's cheek. He stared at Mo Rant's gradually blurred eyes and asked softly, "Come, junior brother, tell me, what do you want now?" "What I want? What did I want?" Leany autumn in front of Tong Tian Pagoda. Duan Ihan was smiling. Chu Wanning was looking down. Sister Sun Fengro of the music house revealed 2 sharp canine teeth. Her eyes flashed with a fervent and excited luster. She said to him, "Mo Ran, I'll soon earn enough money to redeem myself. I'll take you with me. Let's leave this place. Sister will take you to live a good life." Mo Ran was in a daze, but he still tried his best to capture these scattered memories. He murmured, "I want to repay kindness. Not to hold grudges." Shirmei shook his head and waited for a moment. He asked again, "What do you want?" Mo Ran said hoarsely and persistently, "I want to die in Master's hands one day." Shirmei was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Die in Master's hands? I don't want to be a devil. I don't want to go to hell." He muttered incoherently, "I don't want to only remember hatred, Master." He actually broke free from Shirmei's hand and knelt in front of Chu Wanning, almost howling. His eyes were already bloodshot. His consciousness was becoming more and more chaotic. "Kill me." In the end, the only thing that repeated was this one wish. "On the first day of my evil deeds, I beg you to kill me." The torrential rain poured down, swallowing up the boundless night. The youth cried hoarsely like a trapped beast. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The bamboo forest was bleak. All of the lotuses in the Red Lotus Pavilion fell into the pond. There were 8 hardships in life and endless hatred in death. Before he lost consciousness, Mo Ran stretched out a trembling hand and grabbed Chu Waning's sleeve. He raised his head and murmured, "Master, you care about me, care about me, care about me, care about me." How many hardships and regrets in this world were covered by the turbulent wind and rain? After 2 lifetimes, Chu Waning, who finally knew the truth, looked back on the past. He vaguely remembered that on the 2nd day, he finished a cycle and woke up from his meditation. The golden light sprinkled into the bamboo pavilion. The begonia and red lotuses in the pavilion were about to wither. The former fragrance on the branches was quickly crushed into dust. The rain had already stopped. Chu Waning blinked and turned his head to see Shimei standing by the stone table brewing tea. Steam rose in spirals. Shimei's brows were so gentle and elegant. Seeing that he had woken up, Shimei smiled. "Master, why aren't you resting? You've been guarding for 3 days. Go take Mo Ran's place." The teacup was poured. The amber hot water seemed to be full of worries. Shimei served him the tea and smiled. "Today I'll guard, Master. Mo Ran is still a child. After being punished by Master, he still can't get over it." Chu Waning was stunned. "He's not coming?" Shimei lowered his eyes. His thick, black, and soft eyelashes fluttered down like 2 clusters of young stamens on a branch in early spring. He said, "He's not coming. He's going to the library to help the Lord organize the books." Chu Waning was absent-minded and disappointed for a moment. He had planned to use the opportunity when they were alone to talk to Mo Ran about the plucking of flowers. That day he had been too harsh. He had never met a disciple who broke the rules. After thinking about it, he also felt that the punishment was too harsh. But Mo Ran did not even want to see him. He was not willing to accompany him when he was in seclusion. Chu Waning closed his eyes. "Master, drink the tea." After a long time he responded. He took the cup full of fragrant tea from Shimei's slender fair hand. He blew away the wisps of steam and took a sip. The tea was too full. When he took the cup, a few drops spilled on his robe. Shimei was very careful. When he saw it, he smiled. "I have a handkerchief. I don't need to borrow yours." Chu Waning took out a white handkerchief embroidered with begonias. He lowered his head and wiped away the tea stains. "What a beautiful handkerchief. It looks like the best one bought in town." Shimei said gently. "Did Master buy it yourself?" For a moment Chu Waning wanted to say, "No, it was Mo Ran who gave it to me. He embroidered it. It was a gift for me." But he was in a bad mood and did not want to say it. He also felt that his words were inexplicably shameful. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Chu Waning only gave a muffled hum. Then he folded the handkerchief and put it back into his robe. After putting away the handkerchief, he sighed softly. That day the sun was shining brightly. Last night's wind and rain only left behind the withered flowers and fresh dew on the lotus leaves. "Was the rain very heavy last night?" Shimei was tending to the tea set. When he heard this, his fingertips froze. His eyes were deep. Chu Waning looked at Man Chi Fengfei and said lightly, "The flowers have all withered." Shimei smiled again. He carefully arranged the teacups and then said lightly, "There was a thunderstorm last night. It was noisy for a while and then it stopped. Today will be a good day. When the ground dries a bit, I will go to the courtyard and sweep away all the fallen flowers." Chu Waning did not speak again. The sky was bright like a brocade. Looking into the distance, the sky was clear. When the sun rose from the east, golden feathers fluttered in the air. Indeed, it was a rare sunny day. Chapter 279. Namping Valley. It was late at night, and fresh snow was falling outside the thatched cottage. In the past few days, Mo Ran's injuries were getting worse and worse. Even though Chu Waning used the flower soul sacrifice technique to heal him, the results were minimal. In the afternoon, he vaguely woke up once, but his consciousness was still not clear. He squinted his eyes and when he saw Chu Waning he just cried. He said he was sorry, but also said he didn't want to leave. His words were incoherent, and in the end, he was choked with sobs. He kept dreaming, kept shuttling back and forth in those turbulent years of his life. In one moment he thought that he had just been picked up by Shuizhengyong, and in the next moment, he thought that he was in those 5 years when he had painfully lost Chu Wanning. The only thing he couldn't dream of was the memories that had been taken away by the 8 distresses everlasting regret flower. He couldn't dream of all of his sacrifices, all of his protection, and all of his innocence. Mo ran. Carrying a bowl of freshly cooked porridge, Chu Wanning came to his bedside. The porridge was barely edible, and it was a dish from his previous life. He sat down by the bed, raised his hand, and touched Mo Ran's forehead. It was very hot. He called him, but he couldn't wake him up. Chu Wanning waited until the porridge gradually cooled down and became cold. He felt that it couldn't continue like this, so he warmed the porridge with water. He didn't know when Mo Ran would wake up, but if he did, he could eat something immediately. It's made with chicken soup. You like it the most, Chu Wanning whispered to him. The spiritual energy that kept Mo Ran's heart beating had never stopped, but Mo Ran couldn't wake up. If he couldn't wake up, that meant that once the spiritual energy stopped, he might never open his eyes again. There was no way to save him, but he couldn't accept it. How could he accept it? Mo Ran was still alive. He still had a breath, even if it was very weak. These days Chu Wanning stayed by his side. Seeing that his chest was still rising and falling, he felt that there was still hope. Everything could still be turned around. There was still time. Chu Wanning still remembered one night when Mo Ran woke up in a daze. At that time there was no light in the room. Mo Ran stared blankly at the candlestick, his dry lips moving slightly. He was very excited at that time. He quickly held Mo Ran's hand and asked him, "What do you want to say?" "Light, what?" "The light. I want the light." Mo Ran stared at the candlestick that he was destined to never be able to light. Tears rolled down his cheeks. "I want the light to be lit." In that instant time overlapped. It was as if he had returned to the past, when he had just become his disciple. Mo Ran had fallen ill, and the skinny youth had been curled up in bed in a daze. When Chu Wanning went to visit him, he was sobbing softly as he called for his mother. Not knowing how to coax him, Chu Wanning sat by the youth's bed. He hesitantly raised his hand and touched the youth's forehead. The skinny child cried and said, "It's black. It's all black. Mother, I want to go home." In the end it was Chu Wanning who lit the candlestick. The bright light illuminated the 4 walls, and also illuminated Chu Wanning's face. As if he felt the warmth of the light, the feverish child opened his pair of bright, watery eyes. "Shizun," Chu Wanning responded and helped him adjust the blanket. His voice was low and gentle. "Mo Ran, the light is on. Don't be afraid." After so many years, the lonely lantern lit up again. The warm yellow light filled the thatched cottage, dispelling the endless darkness and coldness. Chu Wanning stroked his hair and called out in a hoarse voice, "Mo Ran, the light is on." He wanted to continue saying, "Don't be afraid," but his throat was choked, and he couldn't say anything. Chu Wanning held back his tears, but in the end, he pressed against Mo Ran's forehead and sobbed. "The light is on. Wake up, okay? Can you talk to me, please?" Lantern flowers, candles, tears, and a pool of dreams. This lantern kept burning, from bright and clear until the lantern ran out of oil. Later, when the sky was bright and the sky was white, Mo Ran still didn't open his eyes. The time when he could use a lantern to wake up the sleeping youth had passed. He would never look back. Another 3 nights passed. These days Chu Wanning stayed by his bedside every day, taking care of him, accompanying him, transferring spiritual energy to him, and telling him things that had faded from his memory. On this evening, the evening snow had stopped. The red sun outside the window spread out and dyed the earth. A squirrel leaped across the snow-covered branches, causing the white pears to rustle and fall down in a sparkling dance. The man lying on the bed was illuminated by this benevolent twilight. The sunset added color to his pale and haggard face. Under his thin eyelids, his pupils turned slightly. Then, when the twilight was about to close, he slowly opened his eyes. After a few days of being seriously ill and in a coma, Mo Ran finally woke up. He opened his eyes, but his gaze was still blank and empty until he saw Chu Wanning lying on his bed and sleeping tiredly. Mo Ran murmured in a hoarse voice, "Shizun." He lay in the depths of the quilt and slowly regained consciousness. Slowly, he vaguely remembered the words that Chu Wanning repeatedly said to him when he was half asleep. A cup of wine on the Mid-Autumn Festival, a begonia handkerchief, and that year at the Red Lotus Pavilion, he sacrificed himself to plant the 8-bitter everlasting regret flower for him. Was it a dream? Was it because he was so desperate for redemption that he dreamt that Chu Wanning told him these stories? Was it because he wanted to turn back so much that he dreamt that Chu Wanning was willing to forgive him? He turned his face and stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the sleeping man beside the bed. But before his fingertips touched him, he retracted his hand. He was afraid that if he touched him, the dream would shatter. He was still in the heavenly music parlor, still kneeling on the confessional, and below him were the spectators. He knelt alone in front of tens of thousands of people. In his eyes, those people all became blurry faces one after another. They became the souls of those who had died in his hands one after another. They screamed and laughed bitterly as they demanded their lives from him. No one wanted him, no one saved him. He was the one who was shameless, the one who had wild ambitions, the one who had gone mad, the one who had fantasized that Chu Wanning would come. He was the one who, in the intense pain of having his heart ripped out, imagined the last flame in the world. It was fake. No one had ever cut off the iron chains, no one had ever hugged him, no one had ever come with the wind, and no one had ever brought him home. His eyelashes trembled. With tears in his eyes, he stared at Chu Wanning's sleeping face. He didn't dare to blink until his eyes became hazy, until the tears finally fell. Chu Wanning's reflection shattered into thousands of specks of light. He hurriedly went to look at his sweet dream. The dream was still there. Mo Ran lay on the bed, exhausted. His eyelashes were wet, his throat was choked, and tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes. His heart was very painful, and blood kept seeping out. He was afraid that he would wake Chu Wanning, who had just fallen into a light sleep, so he bit his lip and kept crying silently. He woke up, but he knew his own body best. He knew that this was only temporary, the final radiance of the setting sun. It was also the last mercy that the heavens showed him. He, Mo Weiyu, had been anxious for most of his life and crazy for a lifetime. His hands were stained with blood, but he couldn't escape his bad reputation. In the end, he was judged to be innocent. Therefore, he felt very lost and even a little nervous. He didn't know if this was fortunate or unfortunate. Unfortunately, it was absurd to have two birds with one stone. Fortunately, he could finally have peace for the rest of his life. But how long did he have for the rest of his life? 1 day? 2 days? Those were the good days that he had exchanged his life for. Those were the days of peace that he had never had before. Later, when he heard the sound of Chu Wanning waking up, he hurriedly wiped away his tears. He didn't want Shizun to see him cry. Mo Ran turned his head and looked at the person beside the bed. His eyelashes trembled slightly. He looked at the person beside the bed, stretching his phoenix eyes. He looked at the person beside the bed and saw himself reflected in the person's eyes. Outside the window, the golden crow was sinking, and the Big Dipper stars were rotating. He heard Chu Wanning call out softly in a hoarse voice, "Mo Ran?" That voice was low and gentle, like the spring buds breaking through the soil, like the ice that had just melted. It was also like the wine on the little red clay stove that had warmed to the 3rd degree. Wisps of steam rose and filled the air, scalding one's heart. That was the sound of nature that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Mo Ran was silent for a while and then he smiled. "Shizun, I'm awake." There was no wind or snow on a clear night. The rest of his life was so long. That night, in the deep valley of Namping Mountain, Mo Ran had finally waited for the most relaxing and softest time of his 2 lives. He woke up. He could see the joy and sadness in Chu Wanning's eyes. He woke up. He leaned against the bed, letting Chu Wanning say whatever he wanted to him, letting Chu Wanning tell him this and that kind of experience and misunderstanding. To him, none of this was important. He just wanted to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. "Let me look at your wound again." "I won't look." Emoran smiled as he grasped Chu Wanning's hand. He pulled it over and gently kissed it. I'm fine. After several rejections, Chu Wanning looked at him. As if he suddenly understood something, the blood on his face slowly faded. Emoran forced himself to be calm and said gently, It's really fine. Chu Wanning didn't answer. After a while he got up and walked to the stove. The firewood inside was gradually extinguished. He left Emoran with his back to him as he slowly fiddled with the firewood in front of the fire pit. The fire was lit and then brightened. The entire room was warm, but Chu Wanning didn't look back. He still used the tongs to fiddle with the firewood that didn't need to be fiddled with anymore. Porridge, finally, he spoke in a hoarse voice. The porridge is still warm. You can drink it when you wake up. Emoran was silent for a moment. He lowered his eyes and smiled. It's been a long time since I drank porridge cooked by Wanning. In my last life after you left, I never drank it again. It's not cooked well, Chu Wanning said. I still don't know how to probably. It's barely edible. His voice trembled as if he couldn't continue. Chu Wanning paused for a long time before slowly saying, I'll get you a bowl. Emoran said. Okay. The room was very warm. When the night turned dark, it began to snow intermittently outside. Emoran held the bowl of porridge and drank carefully. After a few sips he glanced at Chu Wanning. Then, he lowered his head and drank a few more sips. Then he looked at Chu Wanning again. Chu Wanning asked, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? No. Emoran said softly, I just want to look at you more. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He used a silver dagger to cut the barbecued fish on the fire pit. The fish melted in the mouth, but there were still bones. He picked out the bones and carefully divided the snow-white fish. In the past, when he ate, Emoran always took care of him. Now it was the same. He handed the cut fish to Emoran and said, Eat it while it's hot. Emoran ate obediently. When this man leaned on the bed and wrapped in the quilt, he didn't look so tall. The orange light of the fire shone on his face. He looked very young. At this time, Chu Wanning suddenly realized that whether it was the Emperor Ta or Master Emo, they were all younger than him by a full 10 years. But they had gone through so much suffering. After Emoran finished the porridge, he picked up the fattest piece of fish and wanted to give it to Chu Wanning. He was stunned. Shizun, what's wrong? Chu Wanning lowered his head. His eyes were slightly red. He calmed himself down and said lightly, Nothing, I just caught a cold. He was afraid that if he continued to sit, he would lose control of himself. He got up quickly. I'm going to investigate the surroundings. You should rest early after eating. When you're better, I'll take you back to the peak of life and death. Both of them knew that the so-called improvement was just the final radiance of the setting sun. All of the tenderness had not much time left. But they were both talking about tomorrow, about the future. It was as if they were trying to squeeze the next few decades into this one night. All of their future Xingyi would be spent on this snowy night. After Chu Wanning left, Emoran sat in front of the fire for a while. Then he undid his clothes and looked down at the hideous scar on his chest. Then he stared blankly for a while. He felt empty. Southern Ping night snow. The drifting snowflakes outside were getting stronger and stronger. Emoran didn't know when his condition would worsen, nor did he know when his life would come to an end. He lay on the side of the bed, looking at the falling snow outside. All he could hear was the whistling of the wind. He suddenly felt that his life was like the turbulent wind at this moment. Everything that had happened yesterday was gone. In fact, whether it was in the last life or this life, there were always smart people scheming and playing games. Whether it was Shifu or Shimei, one of them wanted to protect him, the other wanted to harm him. But they both had their own plans. Even if in the end they didn't succeed due to some strange combination of circumstances, they still had a long-term plan. Emoran was different from them. He was the kind of dog that was stupid enough to die. He didn't have any complicated thoughts. He also didn't know how to plan step by step, how to play his chess pieces beautifully. He only knew how to honestly guard the person he loved. Even if he was beaten until his skin was torn and his flesh was lacerated, even if he was injured to the bone, He still stubbornly stood in front of that person and didn't leave. To put it nicely, this kind of person was brave. To put it bluntly, he was stupid. This very stupid person lay by the window, his eyelashes trembling. Suddenly he saw a familiar shadow standing under the plum blossom tree. Chu Wanning didn't go out to patrol. This was just an excuse. He was standing under the tree. The distance was too far, and the wind and snow were too strong. Naturally, Mo Ran couldn't see any expression on his face. He could only see a vague silhouette. He stood alone in the snow that covered the sky and the sun, motionless. What was he thinking? Was he cold? Farfu. Chu Wanning, who was lost in thought in the snow, turned his head and saw that in the dark night, amidst the frost and snow, the black-clothed youth with the quilt had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Chu Wanning was shocked. He immediately said, "Why did you come out like this? What are you doing out here? Quickly go back." Before he could say go, a burst of warmth enveloped him. Mo Ran, who was under the quilt, lifted the quilt. In the overwhelming darkness, the overwhelming warmth, he also wrapped Chu Wanning in the quilt. The two of them stood under the old plum blossom tree. They stood under the thick quilt that hadn't been used for a long time. No matter how they dried it, it still smelled moldy. No matter how heavy the snow was outside, no matter how strong the wind was, it had nothing to do with the two of them. Mo Ran embraced him in this warmth and pitch-black darkness. "Don't think about it. Although I don't remember what Shifu said, but..." He paused. He first kissed Chu Wanning's forehead, and then said in a small voice, "But if I had to go back and experience it all over again, I would still do the same. Moreover..." He held the quilt and stroked Chu Wanning's ice-cold hand. "Shifu doesn't need to feel sad. In fact, I feel that what Shirmei said was correct. The 8-bitter everlasting regret flower only encouraged those thoughts in my heart, those thoughts that couldn't see the light of day to come to fruition." Their fingers intertwined. Mo Ran touched his forehead. "I originally had a lot of hatred in my heart, but I didn't vent it when I was young. Slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect. I thought about it. Ruling the world, I also thought about it. Speaking of which, it's quite funny. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I hid in a rundown house and fantasized that one day I would be able to call the wind, summon the rain, cast beans, and turn them into soldiers. These were all my own thoughts, no one forced them on me." He stroked Chu Wanning's face. "So, if the person who was poisoned by the goo was you, perhaps you wouldn't have become an unpardonable tyrant like me. You wouldn't have been used and you wouldn't have been killed by the Heavenly Sound Pavilion." He laughed with a deep nasal voice, and rubbed his forehead to comfort him. "You weren't replaced by me. Don't think too much about it. Go back to your room and sleep." The bed was very narrow. Mo Ran hugged him. The moment that should come would always come closer and closer, and it couldn't be avoided. Mo Ran's consciousness began to blur and scatter again. The pain in his heart was even more intense than before. The final radiance of the setting sun wouldn't last for too long. It was the same when his mother died. He knew that he didn't have much time left. He lowered his thick eyelashes, and the fire in the furnace was already somewhat dim. The dim yellow light shone on his young and handsome face, making him look especially gentle. This stupid man probably saw the pain in Chu Wanning's eyes, so he endured his own discomfort and joked, "Do I look good?" Chu Wanning was stunned. "What?" "Scars," Mo Ran said. "A real man should have a few scars on his face." Chu Wanning was silent for a while, then raised his hand and gave him a slap. The slap was too light, and it was more like a caress. After a while, he seemed to be unable to bear it any longer. He buried himself in Mo Ran's warm chest and didn't make a sound, but his shoulders were trembling slightly. He knew very well. Chu Wanning knew. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment, then hugged him and kissed his forehead and hair. So ugly. After surviving a disaster, he was more affectionate than usual. He sighed softly. "Did you make Wanning cry?" If he called him Shizun, it would have been better. But if he called him Wanning, then 2 lifetimes would have passed. Chu Wanning hugged this man's burning and lively body in the depths of the bedding. He had always hated and felt ashamed to express any of the intense emotions in his heart, but at this moment, he felt that his tightness and shame were so laughable, so absurd. So in this intertwined embrace on this tight bed, in this empty hut, in this long night of wind and snow. Chu Wanning said softly, "How can it be ugly? It doesn't matter if you have scars or not. It's all pretty." Emo Ran was stunned. He had never heard Chu Wanning express himself so directly. Not even on the day of the Imperial Sword Confession. There was only a little bit of afterglow in the room. It was very quiet and very gentle. The peace and gentleness that came late. In the last life and in this life, I liked you and was willing to be with you. I will also be willing in the future. Emo Ran listened to him say one sentence after another in his arms. He couldn't see Chu Wanning's face clearly, but he could imagine Chu Wanning's appearance at this moment. He was afraid that his eyes were red, and even the tips of his ears were red. I once knew that you were bewitched, but I couldn't show it. I could only hate you. Now I can finally make it up to you. Chu Wanning's cheeks were burning, and the corners of his eyes were wet. I like you. I am willing to marry you. I am willing to split my soul for you. I am willing to submit to you. Hearing that he was willing to submit to you, Emo Ran's heart seemed to be burned by a raging fire. His entire body trembled. He was both moved and sad. He was both in pain and attachment. He was almost trembling. Shizun. Chu Wanning raised his hand to stop him. Let me finish. But after waiting for a while, Chu Wanning was someone who didn't know how to say words of love. He thought about many things, but no matter how he thought about it, it wasn't enough. For a moment, Chu Wanning really wanted to say, I'm sorry. I made you suffer and bear too many burdens. He also wanted to say, in the previous life until I left I couldn't tell you the truth clearly. I wronged you. He also wanted to say, that year at the Red Lotus Pavilion, thank you for being willing to protect me. He even wanted to throw away his dignity at this moment. He wanted to cry to Emo Ran. He wanted to hug this body that was still warm and say, I beg you not to leave. I beg you not to leave. But his throat was choked, and his heart was bitter. In the end, Chu Wanning lowered his head and kissed the scar on Emo Ran's heart. His eyelashes fluttered, and he spoke in a low voice. Emo Ran, no matter what happened in the past or in the future, I will always be with you. Shame burned through his blood. But his words were so solemn. I will always be the Emperor Ta's man, and also Grandmaster Mo's man. It was too hot. Emo Ran only felt that the flame of another lifetime in his arms lit up again. In front of his eyes were bright fireworks. All of the pain and sorrow in this moment was far away. 2 lifetimes I will always belong to you. I won't regret it. Emo Ran suddenly closed his eyes full of tears. He kissed Chu Wanning's lips one last time. He sighed and said, Shizun. Thank you. The snow outside grew heavier and heavier, and the night grew darker and darker. They fell asleep in each other's arms. They both thought so this is the rest of their lives. Emo Ran knew that his clothes were soaked with tears, but he didn't say anything. Since he was young, he had hoped that the rest of his life would be filled with happiness. This time he should be happy. He hugged Chu Wanning and said, Sleep, Wanning. Sleep, I'll hold you. You're afraid of the cold, I'll warm you up. When I'm better, we'll go back to the peak of life and death. I want to go ask Uncle and Auntie for forgiveness. I want to argue with Shui Meng again. We still have so many things to do. Emo Ran stroked Chu Wanning's hair, his voice soft. His throat was full of the sweet taste of blood, and his breathing became more and more difficult. But he still smiled. His expression was very calm. Shizun, I will hold the umbrella for you for the rest of your life. In his embrace, Chu Wanning was already choking on her sobs. Junior brother Xia. He teased him again. He was clearly almost unable to speak, but he still teased him. Senior brother. I'll tell you a story. Every night in the future. I'll tell you a story. Don't despise senior brother for being clumsy. In the end, I only know how to talk about cows eating grass. In the end, Emo Ran raised his eyes and looked at the sparkling layer of snow on the window frame. The world was a vast expanse of pure white. Wanning. He hugged him. His heartbeat reverberated in Chu Wanning's ears. He said softly, I've always loved you. He slowly closed his eyes. His dimples were shallow, soaking in 2 pools of pear blossom white. His heartbeat slowed down bit by bit. Bit by bit, It became intermittent. Suddenly, a plum tree outside the window was crushed by snow. The snow was too heavy. The branches snapped, making a sudden noise. The snowball fell with the branches, making a crisp crackling sound. After this clamor, Chu Wanning could no longer hear the sound of his heartbeat. He waited for a moment. He waited for a moment. He waited for a while. He waited for a long time. There was no more sound. No sound. Nothing at all. It was a terrifying silence that made one's flesh and bones tremble. It was a terrifying silence that made one despair for life. Finally, it stopped. It rested. The room was deathly silent. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. After a very long time, Chu Wanning did not move. Chu Wanning was still lying in Mo Ran's arms on the bed. He did not even get up, raise his head, or speak again. His little disciple, his senior brother Mo, his Emperor Ta wanted him to sleep peacefully. He said he would hold an umbrella for him for the rest of his life, tell him stories for the rest of his life, and love him for the rest of his life. Mo Ran said, "It's cold outside, the snow is heavy. I'll warm you up." Chu Wanning curled up in his arms, curled up in his chest, and did not move at all. They were going to leave for home tomorrow. He wanted to have a good rest with Mo Ran. Chu Wanning reached out and wrapped his arms around Mo Ran's waist. In the dark night he said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll sleep. Oh, but tomorrow when I call you, you have to remember to wake up." He leaned against the chest that was no longer rising and falling. His tears soaked and warmed Mo Ran's clothes. "Don't stay in bed. Good night, Mo Ran. It's a long night, but I'll be with you. I hope you have good dreams. There's fire, there's light. And home." Chapter 280. The next morning the sun shone through the window. Chu Wanning opened his eyes. The bedding was warm. The temperature of one person could warm the bodies of two people. He quietly looked at Mo Ran's face. In his eyes, this was the most handsome person in the world. He was the best person. He didn't move. He was thinking, what kind of porridge should he cook today? Yesterday's porridge had been finished. Mo Ran ate 4 bowls like a reincarnated hungry ghost. There wasn't a single bit left. He kissed Mo Ran's cheek and asked, "I'll make some more for you, okay?" The man was in deep sleep. His dark eyelashes were as gentle as 2 rolls of cattail leaves. He was so gentle that it seemed like he would open his eyes in the next moment. He pulled him over with a smile and said, "I'm hungry. Wanting, go cook a bowl of porridge for me." He also seemed to tell him affectionately, "Whatever Shizun does is good. I'll like it." The corpse had long been cold. The cheek was cold when he kissed it. There was no warmth at all. Chu Wanning didn't cry. He got up and covered Mo Ran with a blanket. Then he went to the courtyard to collect firewood to start a fire. He cooked seriously and cooked properly. The water boiled and the mist filled the air. The porridge bubbled and bubbled. He used a slotted spoon to remove the foam. He added some salt and covered the porridge with a wooden lid to cook. A person who had been reborn once couldn't be saved a second time by the art of rebirth. Chu Wanning stood by the stove in a daze. There was a moment of clarity in his consciousness. This moment of clarity almost took his life. He hurriedly stopped the trembling of his fingertips and raised his hand to open the lid. When the porridge was cooked, someone would drink it. He now had fragmented memories of Mo Ran. When Mo Ran was a child, he was very poor. He didn't have enough to eat. Just a steaming hot biscuit was something that could make him happy for a whole day. Mo Ran wouldn't waste it, so he would wake up sooner or later. When the porridge was ready, he went to the courtyard to clean up the snow. Afterwards, he broke off a new branch of wintersweet and brought it back. He cut off the branch and soaked it in a small clay bottle to raise it. The fragrance of the plum blossoms spread for 10 miles. With this, Mo Ran could still smell the human world as he walked. No, his mind was in chaos again. What walking on the road, what smelling the human world? Mo Ran was clearly still lying there. Exactly the same as yesterday, the day before, and a few days ago, except that his face was thinner and paler. He would wake up again. It had been 2 lifetimes. No matter if it was hatred or hate, love or pity, ever since they met, Mo Ran had never taken the initiative to leave her. So gradually, Mo Ran soaked into his life. He became the wind, the hour, the spring that flowed through his fingers, the light that draped over his long hair. He was his day and night, his morning and evening, his lifetime of mortal affairs. Chu Wanning strolled in the world of mortals. In this mortal world, the snow would still fall, the cicadas would still sing, the autumn lotus would still die, and the summer flowers would still be born. Everything was the same as before. So how could Mo Ran leave? He was willing to guard him and accompany him, day after day, waiting for him to wake up. Just like in the previous life, Mo Ran had made a contract with Chu Wanning's corpse. In this life the yin and yang were reversed. Chu Wanning also did the same thing as the Emperor Ta. You will only leave on the day I leave. Once, standing in the Red Lotus Pavilion, Mo Ran, dressed in a black robe, said this to the sleeping Chu Wanning. Stay with me. Now in the deep valley of Namping, Chu Wanning, dressed in white, actually overlapped with the emperor of the past. He stretched out his hand and touched Mo Ran's bloodless face. Stay with me. With a golden light, his spiritual energy flowed into the corpse. From then on, even if it was in heaven or on earth, as long as Chu Wanning was still in the world, Mo Weiyu's corpse would not decay. Only many years later, when Chu Wanning passed away and the flow of spiritual energy stopped, would they die together, turning into ashes, scattering into fine powder, scattering into mud, and crushing into dust. He left together with him. The charcoal fire in the Divine Sound Pavilion's sacred hall burned fiercely, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Mu Yanli stood alone in the center of the hall with her hands clasped behind her back and her eyes closed. Suddenly, the hall door opened and a person walked in. Mu Yanli did not turn around. She said lightly, "You're here." "I'm here." That person took off the hood of his cloak, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. It was Shimei. "Sister Mu, aren't you going to the back hall to take a look?" "There's nothing to see," Mu Yanli said. "It's just something where you cut open people's chests and brains. The smell of blood is too strong, I can't stand it. What can I do? The path of medicine has always been like this." Shimei smiled. "Even if it's Jiangxi on a moonlit night, the room won't be filled with the smell of blood when I cut open a dead person." Mu Yanli frowned. She didn't want to talk to him about dissecting a corpse, so she asked, "Speaking of which, you have been using this technique for a few days. When will the Celestial Emperor treading Celestial be completely reborn?" "It can't be considered rebirth. There's only a piece of soul in his body. At most he's a living dead." Mu Yanli looked at him and said, "What we want is a living dead. The more obedient, the better." "What about the fragments of the spiritual nucleus? Are they still useful?" "More or less. Although they're not complete, they're still terrifyingly powerful," Shimei said. Mo Ran is indeed worthy of being the cultivator with the greatest talent. He's enough to open the way for us. Mu Yanli sighed. "I hope there won't be any accidents this time." "It's hard to say whether there will be any accidents," Shimei said. "I'm currently using the technique to restore the spiritual nucleus in the Emperor Ta's body. It'll take at least 10 days. In these 10 days, I hope Sister Mu can do 2 things for me." "Tell me." "First, when the Emperor Ta is completely restored, we'll have to do that big thing. At that time, no matter how stupid those cultivators are, they'll know that Mo Ran is telling the truth. I'm afraid they'll join hands to stop us." Shimei paused. "Although small fries and crab generals aren't a problem, it's always a headache if there are too many people. So, although the upper cultivation world is strong, they don't have enough experience. The key is the peak of life and death. I hope Sister Mu can release some news to provoke a dispute between the peak of life and death and the other sects, so that this sect can be disbanded ahead of time." Mu Yanli said. Chu Wanning broke out of prison, Mo Weiyu escaped. These two were originally at the peak of life and death, so it's not difficult to make a fuss about it. Moreover, the peak of life and death has already been attacked before, and many people want to force them to disband. This is easy to say. What about the second thing? "The second thing," Shimei sighed, as if he was regretful. "Kill someone for me." "Who?" "Myself." Mu Yanli suddenly turned around and glared at him. The light of the flames illuminated Mei's gentle face. You from your previous life? Yes. Are you crazy? Are you serious? No matter what, he's still. She paused and didn't continue speaking, because she saw Mei lift his soft and thick eyelashes, revealing a pair of black eyes underneath. His murderous intent was strong. No matter what, he's still me? Mei smiled. That's right. But he's also a traitor. If he didn't let Chu Wanning go, would anyone come to break out of prison? If he didn't disturb the Emperor Ta's divine sense later on, would Chu Wanning be able to take away that half-dead Mo Ran? At this point, Mei's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Fortunately, he learned some spells behind my back. A blind man can hide his tracks and run fast, so I didn't skin him alive. Mu Yanli couldn't help but say, I know what he did wasn't right, but he's still a member of our clan. He's me. These two are destined to overlap in the end, and I'm enough. Mei walked up the stairs and stood beside Mu Yanli. Just like you, in your previous life you died of illness. But with the help of the current Sister Mu, it's the same. But you don't have to kill him. Our clan has suffered enough. Mu Yanli anxiously stared into Mei's eyes. Anan, we swore that as long as we're from the same clan we should help and support each other. We can't kill each other. Mei turned his gaze away. He didn't say anything and just looked at the dancing flames. After a while he said, That's what I thought when I was on Jiao Mountain. I was suspicious of everyone but not him. That's why I gave him a chance in the end. In the end he's already different from me. I'm still Hua Bainan and Ming Jing, Mei said indifferently. Finally he closed his eyes and sighed. But what about him? He only remembers that he's Ming Jing. He doesn't remember who Hua Bainan is. The flames crackled and orange sparks splashed out. Mu Yanli finally shook her head. I can't do the second thing you said. He's already lost his eyes because of us. Now we can't accept him anymore. Chu Wanning and the others won't accept him either. He can't go anywhere and can't do anything. Why are you in such a hurry to kill him? Just because he betrayed you? Just because he chose a different path from you? Mei didn't say anything. After a long time he smiled. You've always been decisive. Why are you suddenly so soft-hearted? Mu Yanli suddenly raised her head. Her eyes flashed with pain. Because he's also my brother. He's also you. Because of the emotions in this secular world, her face finally became less cold. She no longer looked like a stone statue or an ice sculpture. Anan, whether it's the previous life or this life, no matter what you've become, I can't do anything to you. I can't do it. The flames in the charcoal pot rose faintly and danced like intertwining red silk. Mei sighed. Oh, forget it. This is a private matter. If you don't want to, it's up to you. But the first thing is a matter of success or failure. Sister Mu, please do it properly. Mu Yanli closed her eyes. At this moment the evening bell rang, solemnly descending from the turret at the top of the pavilion. The old bell of the Heavenly Music Pavilion had been established for thousands of years, but its sound was still vigorous. Mu Yanli slowly opened her mouth amid the lingering sound of the bell. I understand. Oh, don't worry. The second night after this conversation at the Heavenly Music Pavilion, a series of murders suddenly occurred in the upper cultivation worlds by Tan Village. Before this matter was thoroughly investigated, similar cases occurred one after another in Fire Phoenix Pavilion, Wubei Temple, Lone Moon Night, and other sections. Soon a single incident of terror became a cycle. People quickly found the crux of the problem. Precious dragon chess. Precious dragon chess everywhere. Villages, alleys, and Huadu immortal sects. None were spared. These chess pieces that had lost their minds were increasing in number. They killed and set fires everywhere. The cultivation world sects could barely take care of themselves. They no longer had the spare energy to care about the lives of the common people. Day by day, blood dyed the rivers red. Cities after cities became deserted. This disaster was more terrifying than any of the previous heavenly rifts. Because people weren't even sure who the mastermind was, they didn't know how to end this sudden massacre. But most cultivators believed that this disaster was planned by Chu Wanning and Mo Ran, whose whereabouts were still unknown. But there were also people who had doubts. For example, A group of refugees gathered in the ruined temple at this moment. They discussed, "It's believable that Mo Ran is behind this. But why is Chu Wanning helping him? Who knows? Maybe it's to get a share of the pie?" Another person said, "I think it's not as simple as getting a share of the pie. You all saw the execution ground of the heavenly tribulation. If it was just an ordinary master and disciple, why would they be so emotional? In my opinion, the relationship between Chu Wanning and Mo Ran is not normal at all." You mean? Homosexual love? Master and disciple betray each other. Their lips and teeth touched, and they were not stingy with their filthy words. The people sitting around the table all showed extremely shocked and disgusted expressions, murmuring, "It can't be? He's the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable." Then don't forget that when Chu Wanning accidentally died while mending the heavenly rift, his disciple Mo Ran risked his life to save him in hell. Although the relationship between master and disciple is deep, this is a matter of life and death. If it were you, would you be able to do it? The other party fell silent. A bean pod cracked in the bonfire, emitting a crisp sound. "And that time on Jiao Mountain, did you hear? Before Shi Mingjing was taken away, she said something." "What? I don't remember the details. At that time the situation was critical and many people didn't think about it carefully. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that there was a hint of ambiguity between the lines." Someone frowned and said, "But I heard that Shi Mingjing is Hua Bainan. Can his words be trusted?" A bunch of nonsense. Everyone was startled by this angry shout. They turned around and saw a man with angry eyes. "How can you believe such words? It's clearly Mo Ran who is slandering Shi Mingjing." "Brotherly, why are you so agitated?" The man said, "Why shouldn't I be agitated? My life was saved by Shi Mingjing. At that time I was on Jiao Mountain. Hua Bainan gave us a type of goo called the heart-drilling worm. If not for Shi Mingjing's eye healing technique, I would have died on the spot. If Shi Mingjing is Hua Bainan, why would he help us break the curse?" The more the burly man spoke, the more agitated he became. In the end, his eyes were wet. "In order to save us, Shi Mingjing's eyes were injured by Hua Bainan. We don't know if he is still alive, but he was slandered by Mo Ran. I feel bad for him." As he spoke, he burst into tears. The other people in the ruined temple didn't know what to do. They looked at each other. On one side it was Shi Mingjing and Tianyin Pavilion. On the other side it was Mo Weiyu and Chu Wanning. Both sides were suspicious, but the latter was obviously more suspicious and more suspicious. A female cultivator in the crowd looked at the flickering fire pit and suddenly said in a low voice, "Actually, that day on Jiao Mountain when we fought against Su Shuanglin, I was also in the team. I saw what Shi Mingjing did and what Mo Ran did. They didn't look like bad people. But one of them must be lying, right?" The female cultivator shook her head. "Who is lying is too important. I don't dare to judge. But I want to tell you something I saw with my own eyes." Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she was a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly and said, "At that time everyone was injured. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning were also not in good condition. They were sitting by the side to rest. I accidentally saw Mo Ran secretly reach out his hand to touch Chu Wanning's face." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.